Yeah, like I was expecting to drop a decent amount of weight really quick, but holy shit, man, it was like unreal. And I was telling Beth the same thing. I was like, next we need to just like cut out sugar altogether and bread. It's like we're gonna fuck around and just eliminate seed oils altogether.
Dude, you're gonna waste away. Once you cut out bread and sugar, you're gonna be you're gonna be a fucking yogi on a mountain.
Yeah, dude, and I got the
You're gonna
fucking
reach a higher level of conscious.
I got the heavy bag in the garage, which is like my second office, and like we've finally like had some time to like start moving some of the furniture into the house and stuff like
That's
that.
what Beth calls you, her heavy bag.
Yeah, well, we're like finally gonna start getting a bunch of the shit that's just been like taking up half the garage into the house, and then I'll finally be able to set up my weight bench and everything out there. And that used to be like that's my escape for therapy. It was like I'd just go out to the weight bench for a little while and lift weights. I'm just
Oh,
gonna
my
turn.
weight bench is just a bench that can support my weight.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn back into like a fucking absolute nutcase. Just always working out and writing.
What's up, everybody? This is Death Curse talking about our diets.
Yeah, we've become old men.
We're doing yoga now.
I gotta tweet this shit out. Yeah,
I honestly like yoga.
I woke up this morning and Beth was like, "We're getting tattooed," and I was like, "What? For real? Am I asleep still?"
So does the anus tattoo hurt that much, or was that okay?
Yeah, it's brutal.
It's boodle.
My beaten anus.
But, he really didn't have to put the needle inside of you. I mean, who's gonna see that?
This is his personal touch.
I think it's a private touch.
Oh
It's just
yeah,
a matter of touch.
I think I dropped it in the Discord too. Yeah, I'm real drunk. This is taking longer than usual, just like the old days.
You
Yeah,
got rid of that dead weight, Ryan Winn.
yeah. That old Californian.
He's too busy taking fentanyl in California.
Yeah. Probably fucking mutual masturbating with David Arquette somewhere right now.
He's robbing an Amazon train right now.
Amazon tree.
We just turn on the news and we see Ryan running on top of one of the trains trying to
I'm
get an
all
Amazon
fucked
package.
up on Ket Kid. Out!
I need inking supplies.
What is up, Institute? Mitch, Oliver, good to see you all.
What up, dudes?
Oliver fucking on the same wavelength with me this morning, man. Talking about NES and old like CRT TVs and shit. My buddy Jose's studio, I walked into it and I was like, whoa, this feels like it was designed just for me. I was like,
It has a sign that says Spencer welcome.
yeah, right. I go over. I was sitting down at one of the just like tables he has, and the magazines he has to read is like a late '80s issue of Heavy Metal, an issue of I think Fangoria, an issue of High Times, and then an issue of like a really old biker magazine, and then Easy Riders playing on the TV. I was like, "Are you trying to fuck?" Like,
is this like Spencer Shining? Like, there's gonna be a picture of Spencer in some old timey '80s party.
Yeah, like, why is my nose bleeding? Yeah, I'm getting blown by a guy in a dog suit.
The Spencing.
I was.
You have to kill them, Spencer.
Party. I'm all the women. I need to do that Photoshop. Just my face on all the women in the old fucking photo.
Scatman Carruthers is there. He's like, you gotta use the Spencing.
I fucked Jack Nicholson.
You know what? Olive oil could have gotten it. I'm just saying. That kid's kind of weird though. Get him out of here.
Oh,
what
man,
what if Danny is like the actual kid, but he has a beard, and that's Spencer in the Spencing?
I forgot. Yeah, I'm the in between of how Danny became Ewan McGregor. I'm the guy before Dr. Sleep.
He's like, it was a rough few years there.
Yeah, med school eats. I still had the shine, but I was taking my time to snack real hard.
It was pretty dull at that time.
I was freaking out. Like, yeah, right. The shine was more of a sheen. Martin Sheen.
Or
Yeah,
Charlie Sheen.
I was
Much
just
worse.
freaking out. Like, man, I'm drunker than I thought I was. My vision seemed all blurry, and I forgot I was wearing those fucking blue light glasses.
You
With
didn't realize you're on the
smudges
highway
on
right
them.
now.
Yeah, I didn't realize I'm driving.
You just think you're talking to me right now.
That'd be hilarious. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to call you back. Whoa, Simonon, what is up?
Hey, I got a call waiting.
Yeah, I guess
Boop.
there's not a ton of people in here either. I gotta do an update on the Indiegogo soon, but we are like
What up, Simonon?
hopefully going to print next week. I was held up on some ad stuff, waiting on some people that bought ads, and then I had to fill up another page. But I think that should all be handled by this weekend, and then like the files have all been slowly being verified by the printer, but figure I'll get that out of the way before we're an hour into this and I'm more drunk than I already am. Things are going really good finally. The printer's really cool, and almost 100% certain now I'm going to be able to get the black plates from the print run. So we'll have like the line art press plates from the print run.
Sweet.
Yeah. I figured I'd probably end up sending a couple for you to have for just
I've never eaten off of black plates before.
Your own collection. Yeah.
Sounds classy.
You cover them in black ink and then you rub them on your face.
How they do it in Japan.
Yeah, I figured we'd all pick like a couple of our favorites and then just put the rest of them up if people want them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we'll have that for City of Rot and The Secret Book. I don't know, because the process is different for covers. I don't think there's plates on the covers, because I think the covers are done like digital printing, like more modern.
Really?
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, yeah, because they probably use the like glossy paper and everything.
Yeah, like a gloss cover stock and everything. So it's different from
that makes sense.
The newsprint interiors. But we'll have all those interior plates, and I think we'll even be able to get the ad plates. So I might look into like if those dudes who got ads wanted to pay the shipping or something, they can. I'll just send them their ad plate, and they can have it as like their own collection thing or whatever. Or sell it to someone if somebody wants to buy an ad press plate. I think they'll look cool, like all washed out and cleaned up on in a shadow box or something. You could also like spray paint the whole plate white and then just go over with like a roller and black paint and
like a white shadow.
Well, you go over a roller with it, and all the raised edges for the press plate would just pick up the black ink, so that it would look like black line art on a white page. Jay Nunya, where do I go to print comic books? There's plenty of places.
None of your business, Jay.
Yeah. Just depends on what you're trying to do. Newsprint is real hard right now. And I am not.
Yeah, I traded some for some fentanyl.
Yeah, I'm not recommending our printer until we've got a couple print runs under our belt, and I know it's going to be a sustainable thing. Holy shit, has it been insane.
You know what? Funny, I actually I found some of my old art supplies from college, and I have a whole stack of like 18 by 24 newsprint, and I'm like, fuck, we should just, if we have to, we can just cut this shit up and print it.
Yeah, we're gonna print exactly the amount we need. What's up, Colin? Yeah, we'll print only what we need. That's a whole different ball game too, because it's like technically my printer could probably print newsprint on it. Like my printer, I have it at my house, but there's also the risk of that just like tearing apart on the spool and having to like take apart the printer and clean it over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably potentially do it with a laser printer a little bit safer. Yeah, Jay, between like paper shortages, and it's more so I don't even think it's really a shortage anymore. I think things have sort of caught caught up with like actual supply of physical product, but it's still a lot of stupid bureaucracy dealing with different governments and things just like waiting to be delivered. And then a lot of what I experienced was like printers either going out of business or having to turn down small bids. Like, we're not a very big
Yeah.
bid. We're not printing a lot on this first print run. These are essentially like the launch books for the we've been calling it like the garage band equivalent of a comic book publisher. uh yeah, Image said no second printings. There's a lot of printers that are doing that. They basically want one big print run up front, and then they want you to get the fuck out of their hair, basically. uh it's been really weird. I probably talked to, now at this point, over the last year, like 100 different printers. We had printers in our area, like I had one of the owners of a huge printer out here. I think it's Avery Print that we had come out. The owner literally came out to my house, and we had a like hour-long business meeting. I got to look at all different papers and stuff, just for them to basically be like, "Oh, we actually phased out newsprint last year, and we only do this stuff now, and we can do close to what you want, but the pricing was like more expensive than printing trades." So it's like we went through just like every possible uh option we had, and it kept turning into insane things. We had people recommend places where they had printed newsprint in the past, only to go contact those printers and find out they no longer do newsprint or weren't in business anymore. uh it was real fun.
Yeah.
And
Pretty nuts.
ironically, this printer we're working with now was one of the original printers we had talked to ages ago, uh, as just like exploring the idea if we could do small newsprint print runs on our own. And that was probably early on in the, like, when Alterna had to stop doing the printing partnership because they were having problems with printers. And that was like, I want to say like a year ago now, a year and a half ago, something like that. It feels like fucking forever. But that was when we like immediately started reaching out to people. We were like, we're gonna have the colors done in like a couple of months, and then the stuff with Nick happened, and I had to pick up colors for City of Rot, and it all snowballed. But we're on track again, and by God, I hope by the end of this month, books will be like rolling down that fucking press, and then
And I'll say too, the colors you did look awesome, especially on our secret book, which you gave it like a totally different style. Looks super sweet. So I think everybody's gonna be stoked when they get it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I've been like really secretive about it because I'm like, well, they're gonna get it all at once, and if they hate it, they hate it, and I have to. Well, I have to face that reality. We've always been about that. You stand by your work and fucking roll with the punches and keep going. It's not going to stop me from making another book or anything, but you always got to field criticism like a professional.
You're gonna deal with our crap for a long time.
Yeah. I hope people dig it. I had a lot of fun with it, and I know we all went back and forth with the balance of like, I want to keep it more old school classic comics like we grew up on. Like, I'd rather people be like, oh, this kind of looks like an old airbrushed comic, than be like, this is over rendered and looks like shit. So
that's what they're gonna say about me.
yeah, right. Well, that's the other thing too. Your art doesn't really need a ton of colors to it. Like, I was happy. I flatted it and I was like, yeah, this looks cool. And you guys were like, no, do more, you bitch. Same reason I couldn't get rosewood fretboards for years, long before this shit. Yeah, man, it's weird. I mean, I just finally got. I just realized I don't have my camera on, but back here, that weird green thing is a 3D printer, and that thing's basically been out of commission for like almost a year now. I haven't been able to print anything on it because this one part went on it, and I just couldn't get it for 6 fucking months. And normally it's all readily available. But
I told you not to be printing sex toys on it. And you kept
yeah,
going
right.
bigger and bigger. And I said, don't do it.
How much more can I add to the chub?
How much more will fit?
It doesn't even print that big either. I was just like abusing the hell out of it and printing around the clock and everything. But I'll have that all put back together soon. We'll be working on some real cool things, shooting all sorts of weird footage for the Patreon and eventually the YouTube channel.
We might even have a special announcement to make about our next project. I don't know.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, not yet, but I want to announce it when we have cool things to show. Real cool
Boobies,
things.
mine,
Yeah.
in your face.
Yeah, Jeff got a boob job.
And they're sweet.
Yeah. Yes. Missing deadlines because he can't stop playing with them.
I'm going to Me Too myself.
Guys, I'm not allowed to be alone with myself anymore. It's why I've been buying minis from the Russians. Yeah, man, you gotta just buy the STLs and I can print all that shit for you. Because, like, for what you're paying for one and shipping, I could probably ship you, like, 5. Like, that's the one thing that those printers are really good for, is they can probably print, like 6 good-sized minis on that thing all at once. And more if you want to, like, stack them up. Or I know there's dudes too that will literally make like sprue kits for them, which is fucking insane, but it like looks all professional. Like actually getting like an actual model kit is a bit redundant. Man, yeah, no more gay updates
boring
on things. Yeah,
you
boring
nerds with your minis. Let me talk about
things.
the Sumerian.
Oh,
European comics, cool guy stuff. I got both volumes.
Yeah, dude, I'm
excited to dig into those, man. I got those for my birthday.
Yeah, happy belated birthday again, you secretive bitch. You didn't like say anything to anyone like all day long. You were like barely talking in the group chat, and then I have all this terrible shit happening. Ryan has all this terrible shit happening, and the whole day I kept going to Beth like, I'm forgetting something, and I finally looked in my calendar, and it just said Jeff's birthday. Gay.
I like you. It's like, yo, I've been having terrible stuff, and me just coming in. Hey guys, it's my birthday.
Yeah.
Be nice to me.
Listen, I know everybody's dying, but guess whose birthday it is?
Make it about me now.
Yeah, it's like that's what we were like. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like,
Spencer, are those tears because you're so happy for me on my birthday? I bet they are.
Happy birthday. Let me read you this first draft of my suicide note.
My last will and testament.
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, my forever sleep note. YouTube, don't ban us. We need a producer. Jamie, beep that.
You're just putting the gun to your mouth and I grab it. Is that for me on my birthday? Sweet.
I invited Kayla, but she has work at 7 a.m. like an adult and shit. I was like, we'll have a sweet, sweet Irish comeback. Yeah, man. Your boy is in a fantasy mode.
Yay.
Which is weird to say, but the little thing Beth and I are going to direct together is going to be really interesting, and I'm not going to really talk about it much, other than that it's going to be gross and strange and have lots of stop motion in it.
The Spencer life story.
Yeah, it's all about me, but it's like a fantasy sword and sorcery thing. Well, if Kayla's friend is still alive or whatever, I don't know if she still talks to him, but she had that dude who literally just looks like Conan the Barbarian. I mean, realistically, he looks more like he's shooting roids into his butt at his local gym. But
well, now he's definitely not going to do it.
Yeah, he's gigantic. I don't think he watches the show. That'd be insane. He's Jay. He's like, you son of a bitch.
He just shitting all over him. And
yeah.
He ain't going to hear the idiot.
No, this dude looks like inhumanly jacked. More power to him if it's all natural, but I'm like, he looks like WWE wrestler or something. He's fucking huge, and it's insane.
It still bugs me when people have to say WWE. After all these years, it doesn't feel right. It's WWF forever.
Yeah, it feels insane. So it still feels wrong coming out of my mouth.
Speaking of which, Scott Hall, how
Yeah,
sad.
dude. The baddest man ever. I don't think anyone will ever be that fucking cool in wrestling again.
Nah.
Like I not that I really like even watch it enough to know fucking any real big names anymore, but holy shit, man. I actually got to meet him a couple of times at different conventions too,
Did
and
you really?
he's one of those dudes that like like we've talked about it before. Like, there's a lot of celebrities I forget that I've met at conventions just because they're just like normal people at conventions. And there's a lot of like after like day one, day two, there's a lot of just like meandering around. Like after like everybody's already met you. Oh, hi, I found the closest thing to Fantasy Jet, Apocalypse Orchestra, Garden of Earthy Delights. If
I
it
never
wouldn't
understood Gent.
get us pulled down. What? You gay bitch?
I mean, it's just like math rock, right?
Have you not listened to the Doom soundtracks? The new ones?
No.
That's like
Short answer,
all
no.
gent. Really?
No.
Wow. Okay, well, I can talk about that a little
Wow.
bit. Uh, I'm using Mitch, and we're going to try and shoot a little Doom short eventually. That's a completely different thing from what I'm directing with Beth. But with some of the equipment we already have, we have a really good like wide angle macro lens for one of Beth's digital cameras, so we'll be able to shoot a lot of the miniature stuff on that. But basically, I'm going to figure out building like a corridor system that I can shoot some dolly shots through, and then we'll be able to green screen a Mitch Doom guy into it.
Sweet.
But I'm building a bunch of shit for that eventually. And that's where I've been listening to the newer Doom soundtracks a bunch lately. Just to find like a scratch track to like build the storyboards around for that. And
Meshuggah's considered gent? I didn't know that.
what up, metal movies and brewskis? Good to see you.
What up, dude?
Yeah. What was the one? I don't know. I was like fucking talking Mitch's ear off last night.
Who all is considered gent?
The only thing they fear is you. Well, I know like 8-9 years ago when I first heard about it from my buddy Chris, who was like a fill-in guitarist for one of my bands. He was like the only dude I knew that fucking knew about it. And he was like, "Hey, you listening to this shit?" And it was like, I know Tesseract was a huge one he was into. There's someone with a V that's like some like Viking bullshit. I know someone in chat will know it immediately. I would butcher the word if I tried to say it out loud.
The Gene.
God. I want to say like Valhalla because I'm drunk right now, but I know it's not that.
Volhova.
It's like Viltharta or some shit like that. It's just a bunch of gibberish that starts with V. Yeah, there's a lot of different bands nowadays, but like back then it was just like all of a sudden all these dudes were like, we're Swedish and our guitars have 8 strings.
I just remember finding out about it because there was that one dude on YouTube that plays guitar, and he's been in like shit, I can't remember. He's been in like Post Malone videos and everything. You know what I'm talking about?
What?
There's a YouTuber. It's a white dude. He always has like a backwards baseball cap on. Looks like a Blink-182 or something. But he's always playing gent stuff, and he was in like Post Malone videos and stuff a couple of years ago. That's how I found out about it. I never even heard of it before until then. It's like, what the fuck's gent? How do you even pronounce that?
Man, I'm not gonna be able to figure out this band I was talking about now, but my buddy used to fucking like go off about them all the time and be like, they're fucking dope. I don't remember if Bermuda was technically gent either, but I remember them being really brutal. I don't remember. There we go. Oh, dude. Mitch got it for the win. Say that once really slow.
I feel like if I did, that'd be a curse.
Yeah, it makes your nose bleed and your brain just stroke out. That's why I said it wrong.
You just have an itchy asshole the rest of your life?
What is this? There's a star feature here now? I can put user in
I think you
timeout.
get that from working a street corner.
Oh, I can star comments that I can pull up at a later date. That's wacky. Boys, we're in the end game now.
We're in the future.
Oh, he spelt it wrong. Sorry.
Jeez, Mitch, you idiot.
Yeah. Whoops. He didn't want to summon the devil or whatever.
Oh no, the devil's taking Mitch's soul. He said it backwards.
You have to say it after you fart or you'll shit your pants. It's an old Viking myth. Yeah, them.
That's what Ragnarok was.
I don't know if Bermuda was Gent or if they just sort of like came out in that wave, but I think we like played a show with them or I saw them at a show. They were really brutal though at the time. Animals as leaders, yeah, and they're more like kind of like an upbeat spirit box. Wow, I keep hearing about them a bunch lately. Veil of Maya, fuck yeah. I think we might have played with them really early on too, and Born of Osiris, yes. How could I forget them?
Yeah.
Fucking bow down.
How could you?
Yeah, man.
Them and the Everly Brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeff, I come from brutal background, man.
Yeah, me too, man. The Isley Brothers and
yeah, I was scrolling through Twitter
Captain
yesterday, and I can't remember what it was. Somebody posted something about like the hardcore scene in California, and they were like, "Yo, this shit's wild." And the first comment was like, "Reminds me of New Haven in like 2010." And I was like, "That is literally like the hardcore scene I came up in." And I was like, "That is like the least like brutal, like I was like one of the poor kids in a scene that was like rich silver spoon assholes in skinny jeans and band tees." And everybody had like perfect hair and shit. We were all getting loaded and playing insane shows and saying terrible shit to people on stage. That was basically my stand-up comedy run, was the like 5 minutes I had in between songs. But holy shit, seeing on Twitter, that immediately made me feel like 100 years old when someone was like, "Oh man, reminds me of the New Haven hardcore scene in like 2010." And I was like, holy fuck. It's like you were at shows where I was the guy leading the crowd.
So much Axe body spray.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, and it's like, imagine being the only like band that drinks and smokes and like does illicit shit in like a sea of like rich straight edge kids.
Like, all their songs are about how they don't touch themselves.
Yeah, I'm like, this next song's about doing a 10 strip of acid and fist fight in a frat house. Like, they're just like, what?
This is our song about abstinence.
Yeah. This is our song about how I'm thinking about marrying my girlfriend and giving her my virginity.
This is my song about impure thoughts on how I don't like them.
Yeah, it's called Everything is Black Now. Yeah, it was crazy. Like, we would play shows where we would go out, we'd play like 5 original songs. It would be like a 40-minute set because like our guitarist would play solos and I would like get in the pit and like throw kids, and we would like actually play a show and get people all pumped up, and that energy would just like nosedive whenever the next band came on if we weren't like right before the headliner. And like go out to some bumfuck town in the middle of New England, play with like 6 other bands, and like 3 of the other bands all do like an Under Oath cover in the middle of their set. Like, it's like, holy shit, dude. And every once in a while,
it's time for Ministry.
Yeah, every once in a while you would have like 2 bands play the same Under Oath cover, and it was like, god damn it, dude, this is insane. What's up,
Wall
Sim?
of Death, they lay hands.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, dude, like, it was a weird scene, and then to just see like people
He's
be like,
speaking in tongues.
that shit was brutal. And it was like, granted, if you went and played a show in New Haven, they were wild shows, and it was a like an area where like even you could be playing a VFW that like had a max cap of like 150 people, and there'd be like 400 people in there like ripping the windows out of the frame. Like it would get fucking insane, but
Well, that's gonna get drafty.
like it's like 400 kids that are all drinking juice boxes and not getting high or doing anything, and they're all just like angry about being rich.
They're just angrily stabbing the Capri Suns.
Yeah, like if you know anything about Connecticut,
I can't get it to go in the straw.
We called it the 203 scene because it's like 860 area code and 203, and that's the big split. Is like as you get closer to New York and the coastal towns where it's like all the real nice rich Connecticut that you hear about, like that's not what I grew up in. So going down there where New Haven is like a city and like it's referred to lovingly as Gunhaven, New Haven, because it used to be pretty fucking wild, but it's like where the hardcore shows are going on are the most like docile gentrified white kid anger territories ever. And it was always fucking hilarious being like surrounded by kids that are like singing songs about how hard fucking life is, and then being like, yeah dude, like we barely had gas money to get out here, and we're gonna spend the gas money to get home on beer.
You're gonna push the car home.
Not only are we awesome, we're irresponsible. And we were like one of the only bands in our area that was actually like talking to management before our drummer went fucking completely tits up with heroin. We were talking to Crimson Management, which is a company that deals with Rise Records, who signs like all the biggest bands in that scene at the time. I think they're still around now. They might have been like bought out by a bigger record company or something, but they were like one of the bigger like independent like hardcore and metal labels for a really long time, and then they became that like cookie cutter skinny jeans shit. And we were always like I wrote this album on psychedelics. I did that. We did that battered woman's shelter charity show where we sold like so many tickets, we raised like a couple grand for the charity.
Were you
and
scared
like
all the battered women?
well, no, I was a raging alcoholic and a drug addict back then, and it was a charity show my buddy Phil at the time, his girlfriend, had put on, and I got so belligerent before our set. We ended up being the headliner because she basically said whoever sold the most tickets could headline. So we got to play for like an hour and 20 minutes. It was at the end of the night, so I am like blasted drunk because I've been drinking the whole time. Mind you, this is a charity for abused women who were like abused by alcoholic husbands and things. They had like nothing to do with it. It was just like the proceeds were going to that. But I was so drunk, I kept calling it the Hoes Need a House 2 show. To the point where at one point Phil's girlfriend walked on stage and tried to take the microphone away from me, and I said, nah, ho.
We gotta help these homeless bitches.
Yeah,
what?
And Phil thought it was so funny that after the show was
what
over,
up, Peter?
He just like laughed and was like, bro, you can't do that. And they were broken up with like a couple weeks later, but it was like one of the wildest shows we ever played. And like I didn't care because it's like we sold so many fucking tickets. We were the only people that raised any money for that charity. The other bands collectively sold like 13 tickets. What's up, Angstrom? Yeah, those were real wild days though. It was like if we were playing like a serious show, I would drink like a handle of Jack Daniels. If it was like a smaller show, I'd do like a 750. And like I'm talking like have it on stage with me. Like drinking it like water.
I'm cooling off.
Yeah. Like that's like the Spencer Beth met and was like, yeah, this guy's hot.
Gotta get me some of that.
Yeah. Wearing like sleeveless flannels and like screaming and fucking spitting on stage and shit. I remember we went to the Webster one time. We played a show, not Webster Hall in in New York, there's a smaller one that used to be a porno studio in Connecticut, in Hartford, actually, not far from where I was today.
More like Hartford.
Which is why it was fun to be back out there. I was literally like a couple streets away from just like the worst fucking parts of my childhood, and I loved it.
You were at the adult theater as a child?
Yeah, well, no, it was already a music venue at that point, but it's like we used to go there for shows all the time, and there's like this dude Julio that used to try and sell you angel dust all the time, but he'd never remember that he had tried to sell you angel dust in the past. So we joked that like this guy was going to get arrested someday because he had like the worst memory in the world and would just try and sell you angel dust like on the street in Hartford. There's another hooker that we referred to just as Pillowcase because she wore a pillowcase everywhere. And
what was the thread count?
A homeless guy that we called Jeans because he just wore jeans everywhere. Nothing else.
You had really boring names for these people. Pillowcase, Jeans.
I didn't come up with it. These are just like people of the street. Skin Man. Hey, Skin Man. Yeah, Dust Guy.
Face Eyes.
Hey, it's Dust Guy. The guy's who's always trying to sell us angel dust. Literally from like the time I was like 14 till I was like 23, like going to shows and then playing shows at this venue, pretty much all the same characters still there, except I think Jeans and Pillowcase either cleaned their shit up or died a couple years ago. Yeah, that would be funny.
I'm just hanging up.
Hartford County character actors.
They pass it off to like their kids. It's a family business. Going to my son.
Yeah, it was wacky though, but we used to go there, and the sound guy was great because he would just berate you if you sucked. Like if your band sucked, he would just like be like, "You guys are gay," like over your whole band in the middle of your set.
Your band's like, "Yes, half of us are."
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It was brutal, but I remember like towards the end of us playing shows, he was like, "That was a great set, guys," and he didn't like fuck with our audio the whole time, and he was like, "You guys actually sound like a real band now after like 3 years of doing shit." It's like tonight.
People really appreciate though show. That like telling you suck is actually a really helpful thing.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I fucking love that dude. The music scene around here is crazy though. I think he ended up hanging himself, which is like
that's nice.
Yeah, it's
anywho,
like how all of those stories end around here.
No, I had a drawing teacher in college who when you would do your art critiques in front of the class, he wouldn't just be like, "Oh, well, you need to work on your line here." You just go, "This sucks." Yeah, and he wasn't being mean, but he was just telling you like, "I'm not going to hold back. I'm just going to tell you like for real like this sucks. You can do better."
I think I've mentioned like 5 people that have died tonight.
You're gonna be one of them soon.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you gotta have thick skin, and it should always be a motivator. That's the whole like people having the wrong perspective on things.
Yeah, well, plus
why we are where we are in a lot of places.
Your friends and family are gonna tell you everything you do is awesome if they like you. So if you have people being honest with you and say, "Hey, man, you definitely got skills. You're a good singer, or you're a good bass player, or a good artist, whatever. But this thing you did here sucked, and you can do better." Then you know to improve. If you just have everybody telling you how great you are, which is honestly like how I went, like everybody told me I was really good at art because I was good at art for my age. But once you get to college and you have somebody say, "Oh, this actually sucks," you go, "Oh, wait, does it suck? Do I suck? Do I need to actually work on my shit?" And because like you just kind of rest on your laurels and you just go, "Yeah, I'm good at everything. Everybody tells me I'm good," but you don't improve that way. You improve by having people tell you their honest opinions, and you can look at your art and or whatever it is you do in a whole new light and go, "Okay, I see where I can get better." That's the way you do it,
Dude, that's literally like basically how I like became interested in Beth. Beth had like come to some of our shows and like with mutual friends, and came to like one of our biggest shows we ever played was actually at the main stage at that Webster. We played to a sold out venue, which was like 1,000 people. And I got like crazy fucked up for it. It was the only time during the band where I ever had like legitimate stage fright and was like, "This is fucking weird, dude. We're going out to like our hometown venue to a fucking packed house, and it's not like little kids everywhere. It's literally like grown ass women. The full bar is open. Everybody is getting loaded. People are like throwing down. It was an insane show. I was like, I couldn't imagine playing a whole tour of that. I would probably just blow my brains out at the end of it because I'd just be like, it's never gonna get cooler than this. Like it's the one time where I was like, yeah, I kind of feel like a fucking rock star tonight. Like we're getting free fucking drinks and shit on stage from the venue because we helped sell out the place. Like it was a big deal. But like I basically met Beth, and Beth was like, wow, like the band's really cool. You guys put on a good show. She's like, you can really scream, but my fucking God, you are a dog shit singer. And I was just like, I love this woman. She's like,
will you marry me?
Yeah, she's like, I'm a music major. I know music. You suck. I was like, oh my God.
Did she do one of those like music teacher techniques where she grabbed your jaw and like helps you to like belt it better?
Oh no, she's always adamantly been like, I am not getting into your like art shit, and she would always just be like, God, that's so bad. She'll tell me when it's bad, and otherwise she'll just stay out of it. But like we got yeah, you had me at dog shit. Peter said yeah, we got really popular. Basically, like the instrumentation in the band was great. Like all the dudes are fantastic musicians, and our drummer before he got into heroin was like, we had bands around here constantly trying to like steal him away from us. So like we had a solid group of dudes, never got to record anything, but like the whole gimmick was one of our last songs that was like our heaviest song. During the like final breakdown of the song, I would just throw the mic out into the crowd, and I can scream so loud that I can essentially match the volume of all of the amped up guitars without a microphone. So I could do that like nightly and not blow out my fucking vocal cords and go absolutely nuts and like not have a microphone in my hand, and people would be like, holy shit. We'd be like swinging from shit, climbing up on fucking speakers, and like our guitarist would just be kicking shit over and like standing on people's heads and shit. Like we were just complete animals, and that was the whole thing. Was every set devolved into just like screaming as loud as I fucking could and looking like I was gonna have an aneurysm on stage, and like you could hear me crystal clear. I gotta see if I can find videos of it sometimes. I'm like a completely different person doing that. Oh no, we had some guys with tube amps, and it was back and forth. I'm just a very loud motherfucker, Mitch. I could probably still do it today. But yeah, we that was basically how we got attention from like actual like national acts and stuff too. Was we actually were like, hey, instead of being like another gay like skinny jeans jump around coordinated dancing band, why don't we actually just like put on an actual show and fucking go crazy? Yeah, I'll talk to like our old bassist Drew is still like a close friend of mine. He would be the one to have some stuff from it. He might even have some footage of the Hose Need a House show, where I'm like really fat, extremely drunk, and like sweating profusely in like a VFW or like a Moose Lodge or something. Probably screaming at Shannon, Phil's girlfriend, like, shut up, bitch. Next
What's
song.
best? A Moose Lodge, a VFW, or an Elk Lodge?
My personal experience, I would say Moose Lodge around here. Upkeep wise and amenities, probably Elks Lodge. The VFWs around here are real fucked up. Last I was checking them out. Like
what about have you done a Masons? You know, like the
oh yeah, like the
fucking.
I almost said Grand Masons. I don't.
That's
know
what I
why,
almost said too.
Yeah, the Grand Masons. I know those guys. Yeah, the Masonry Brigade or whatever the fuck. I'm
the Illuminati.
Drunk. Yeah. Oh my God! Did you see? You just reminded me of this. That Mike Myers has a new show coming to Netflix. It's a limited series. That's just
what?
like like Mike Myers, Austin Powers, Mike Myers.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like,
It's
Mike
like,
Myers is so random.
yeah, it's like a riff on the Illuminati, and I saw a trailer for it on mute earlier, and that was enough for me. I was like, all right, like, this is just entertainment now. Like,
Freemasons, that's what they're called.
there we go. Freemasons.
Freemasons. Did they make up Corona? Mitch, go off.
Not paid Masons. Yeah, I think
just turn this into a conspiracy thread.
There's probably a good chance we got some Freemasons in the crowd tonight.
Well, hook a brother up.
Yeah. What do I got to do? Do I got to kiss a ring or something? I know they got sweet robes and rings. Jackie
What do
Masons.
I got to do to get into the Ark? Because I know you got one.
Yeah, I forgot Mike Myers was still around too until that trailer came up today, and I was like, oh yeah, he's still very much like alive and well. The last thing I remembered him in was Inglourious Bastards.
Damn, Jackie Masons. I want to join that club too.
Yeah. I want to join the Jackie Browns. You can join the Jackie Masons. I'll join the Jackie Browns. I'm get big Pam Grier tits. They just hand them out there.
I'm a 33rd Mason, says Mitch. Is that like a 1/3 Mason?
Dude, fucking
I'm on your mom's side.
I fucking called it. The worst crowd work joke ever. Like, we got some Masons in the crowd tonight. And Mitch, yeah, you do. I'm in my robe right now. It's the St. Patty's Day tradition of the Masons.
Mitch had to have sex with a goat to join it.
Shit's lame. It's basically just dudes who get together and shoot CeeLo. Oh, they throw parties in the woods like that one I always call Bohemian Grove.
The fucking Bohemian Grove, with the owl.
I always want to call it the Bilderberg Group. I gotta stop drinking again.
Yeah, with the fucking giant owl and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, and Hillary Clinton. Could you imagine, like somebody just flew a drone over
That's when the party ended. She showed up.
Yeah, she's just there cracking into a baby. Like,
all right, guys, Hillary showed up. We gotta end this. She's just a downer.
Yeah, it's not anything creepy. It's just completely normal shit. And Hillary shows up. They're like, all right, guys, pack it up.
She brought a baby again. We told her not to do that.
Not again, Hillary. Come on, guys.
We said
just
baby back ribs.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
They all start singing the baby back ribs song.
When do we get that on the nose horror movie, man? Where somebody just does the Bohemian Grove horror movie and it's just a bunch of senators eating babies for 90 minutes at like
Dude, I'd love that. That'd
Burning
awesome.
Man.
Hey,
yeah, and then like a Predator style like tier 1 operator group rolls in to gun them all down in the end.
Last night, not last night, night before, my wife and I were walking around our apartment complex, and we have a bunch of woods behind us, and there's like a pond next to the woods. And as we were walking out, we saw something along the tree line, and it was obviously like all white, but it was so dark, and it was too far away where it was really obscured, and like you couldn't get a sense of like what the form was, and it just looked scary, like it was just this weird shape. And we tried shining lights at it and stuff. And we figured it was just like an elk, not an elk, a deer or something. But I was kind of worried it might be like a coyote or something. And eventually we figured out it actually was a deer because it started walking around. But just that image was fucking terrifying of just something on the tree line that's just enough where you can see it and you know it's there, but not enough image to really give you an idea of what it actually is. That unknown of like, is this thing gonna fucking kill me, or is this gonna be like a sweet little thing?
Just a misshapen beast watching me from afar.
Like I was just waiting for because it was totally silent, and so I was just waiting for like some horrible like shriek that just curdles your blood instantly.
Do you wear glasses?
I have glasses for astigmatism, but so I only use it like when I'm on a computer or something.
So you are a glasses nerd. Yeah,
but I don't need glasses to like see. It's just
okay. Because Beth has an astigmatism and she's blind as fuck. But is an astigmatism
I have great
just
vision.
like? So is an astigmatism just like you have like a spot in your vision or something? I never understood.
No, all it is like you're fucking. I forget what part it is, but like instead of that thing in your eye being like a circle shape, it's like a football shape. When you see like lights on a car at night, they have like a starburst,
Okay.
as opposed to just being
Oh,
like a glowing.
you got anamorphic lens eyes. That's
Yeah, pretty
cool.
much.
Like,
No, but I got like a.
everything looks like I'm in a Michael Mann film out of one eye. Like,
I got like fucking, was it 2010 vision? You know, where it's like I can see at 20 feet what you can see at 10 feet. You know, like
take it
2020
easy,
means
Peter.
you see at 20 feet, you know, like that.
Yeah,
I can see
what do I have? Like,
what you do
it's
at
called
20
like
feet at.
2040 or 2060 or some shit.
Oh, that's bad.
No, then it's not what I have. I have something really good. It's supposed to be like they called it pilot's vision when I took the test originally. Like,
Oh shit.
yeah, like I qualify for flying jets and shit like that. Like I don't know if I would still, because I feel like my eyesight has been degrading in recent years. But like the military wanted me to go die for my government, like real hard.
You
And
were
they
like,
were
dude, don't we have drones for this now?
yeah, like every bit of testing I did, they were like, what do you want to do, kid? Like, it was fucking weird.
And like in the test, you had that weird thing where your eyeballs pop out.
I thought
like
there was
Arnold and
something more
Mars.
than 2020, though. I'm pretty sure there's something better than 20. I don't know. Maybe I'm just retarded, but I know I had really good eyesight, and then on the stupid test they have you do, when we were in high school, they were like, they didn't force you to take that military test. What the fuck is that called? It's like that. Not that. Is it the ASFAB? No, that's the.
That sounds like a drag queen contest.
Yeah, it's all acronyms and shit, and it's literally been over 10 years at this point. God, I feel like an old man. They had that fucking military test that you could take that was like, are you a retard? And I scored really high on it. It is the ASVAB?
Yeah, ASVAB.
VAB, whatever. Yeah, they were basically like, you want to work on nukes? You can work on nukes. Like, you want to... And I was like, I honestly want to shoot things. Like, if I'm going into the military, like, I have that masculine urge to blow shit up and shoot big guns. Like, that happened to my buddy. They tried to recruit him as a sniper. Yeah, one of my buddies ended up doing that as a Marine sniper.
He snipped hair. Yeah. He was really good at hair.
He's the barber. They give it a cool name, though. He's just a guy who cuts
He's a first-class snipper?
Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. Yeah, see, everything's got a fucking insane acronym. This is why...
Battery.
Yeah, this is why Mitch is my... I almost said consultationist. I don't even know anymore, dude. What are words? Once I get a little bit of whiskey in me. Once I get a little bit of whiskey in me, I'm retarded. Yeah. My buddy Josh's older brother went into the Marines as a sniper. Mike, he came back all weird. I had a couple buddies go out as infantry, come back completely normal.
I like your descriptions. He came back weird.
Well, yeah, it's like you have that like movie idea of like what PTSD does to a person, and then there's like the reality is there's a billion different shades of it. There's guys that struggle with it that seem like completely normal and personality-wise didn't change, but it was like Mike left and someone else came back in his skin. Is like the easiest way. Like a completely different person came back, and it was like it didn't even feel like a PTSD thing or anything. And I don't know like what that's even called. It's like an identity crisis during wartime. It's like if someone went out to war and came back and was like, I'm trans now. Like, you were off to tour and Mitch came back as like Michelle. Like,
I don't know. I want to see Michelle. What you rocking, Mitch?
PTSD just made me drunk and lazy as fuck. Yeah, everybody handles it in different ways, and I hate people. But yeah,
that's probably how you felt beforehand.
Yeah, that's like dissociation. Yeah, it's the easiest way to push things out. But you got a core group of people around you now that care about you. But yeah, it's different for different people. It's like Mike seemed to like handle it really well. He just came back like a weird dude. Like,
well, they had Joe Rogan had Dakota was it Myers? I think his name is. He was the guy that won the Medal of Honor. His Marine battalion was all like slaughtered, and he was like the only survivor. And he was on Rogan talking about his story and his issues with PTSD and stuff over the years. And he's been doing ibogaine therapy, which apparently is really weird. It gives you like really like vivid, weird dreams and stuff.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. That and ayahuasca was the thing for a while too, or microdosing with shrooms or LSD. I mean, if it works for him, hell yeah. But I also think that's something you want to ease into early on with any sort of psychedelic in any scenario, and with some sort of professional around you.
Well, that's just one of those things. Like, those people need like help from the government. Sending them over, and then they come back and don't get the help they need, and they're homeless.
You need a government that
high suicide rates,
ass backwards. That's what trazodone does to me. Just makes you trip dick. I've ever done trazodone. I don't even know what that does to you. I don't know what that's supposed to treat, but I've definitely heard it before.
I don't know nothing about drugs.
They're using MDMA for microdosing now too. Oh yeah, that's been a thing for a while. What is it? MAPS, I think. That's horrible too. I'm pretty sure that's the company for like the psychedelic testing, and now I think that's also the like acronym for like pedophiles.
Yeah, it's minor attracted persons.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure MAPS...
Like, you mean kitty touchers?
Yeah, the original acronym is the company that does, like, they're one of the only, like, sanctioned companies, and I don't even know if they're in America, but I know the American government gives them money, but they're the one that helped, like, decriminalize psychedelics for medical use and stuff like that. The head, like, scientist who runs it has been on, like, late-night talk shows and stuff before to talk about it, but it never really gets a lot of press. But they're basically the people responsible for all of that testing and figuring that stuff out. And figuring that it, crazy vivid dreams is what trazodone gives you. Yeah, it's like, was it fucking Ambien? When I was having, like, really bad insomnia, the doctors tried to give me some trial samples of that. It just made me, like, fucking trip dick and stay up later. I was like, you know what? I don't know if I have insomnia or if I'm just a drug addict who likes hallucinating. It's like, you guys gave me this, and I know full well I should have gone to sleep, but I am just up and high as fuck. There are medical study groups for veterans using microdosing and stuff, but not sure if it's MAPS.
No, I've heard that too about Ambien.
Ambien will make you murder. Yeah, dude, it's fucking insane. I'm pretty sure there's a couple states that have just, like, gotten rid of being able to prescribe it.
Fuck. They're coming after me. They microdosed me.
I think it's MAPS. Maybe I'm...
Good song by Gas.
MAPS Psychedelic Science. Nope, maps.org. It's still... I remembered it. Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. Yeah, dude. I've applied for a couple studies with them because they were like, do you want to take a ton of fucking government-made acid and let us document you in a room for like a month?
You jump out a window?
I also signed up for that NASA study where they were offering, I think it was like $30,000 for the year to just atrophy in a hospital bed, and all you're allowed to do was write on a computer.
Holy shit, really?
I'm going to have the wildest blog ever. Yeah, dude.
Just little tiny legs.
It was in Florida, Jeff. Yeah, I mean, I was going to go to complete shit and be like a fucking mutant dog person for the rest of my life. But I could have been in Florida. You could have came to visit me.
Oh, no, I'm not visiting you like with those little toothpick legs. It's going to terrify me.
I'm going to have nightmares. Visit me and exercise my legs for me.
I'm going to have trazodone nightmares.
Yeah, just think after my year in fake space, you would be able to carry me around in a backpack.
Wait. So people can exercise your legs, but you just can't move them yourself?
No, I don't think you can.
I was going to say, that's cheating. I'm not going to pay you for that.
Yeah, right. What the fuck are my tax dollars paying for this? Yeah, our research...
I just show up to audit it. I'm like, this is bullshit.
Dude, I got to just share the screen real quick here. Now that we're on it, I'm like proud of my drunk brain remembering this. Yeah, check this out. Our research: MDMA, marijuana, LSD, ibogaine, ayahuasca. Pretty much everything we just talked about. Oh, June 17th, baby. On my birthday in Denver, Colorado. Join MAPS members, researchers, students, clinicians, advocates,
Funded
patients,
by St.
therapists.
Rogies.
Holy shit. And psychedelics enthusiasts from around the world at this revolutionary event. Learn more. Boys, we're going to Denver.
It books you a ticket as soon as you hit learn more. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Everybody go sign up for the Patreon right now so I can go to this psychedelics festival in Denver that's a fucking week long. Holy shit.
And then we just see you on the news molesting a John Elway statue.
Yeah. Let's see the agenda. Dude, there's like a good chance Joe Rogan is speaking at this.
Yeah, St. Rogies.
Oh wow, this is perfectly planned. The agenda: opening ceremonies Saturday, Sunday, allied events throughout Denver. Monday, classes, workshops, roundtables. Tuesday, at the Colorado Convention Center.
Wednesday, finger painting.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, conference, expo, marketplace, all at the convention center. It doesn't actually have like any listing for anyone there. It just is like, this is an event that's happening on these days.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things where like there's gonna be a bunch of really cool people there that don't want to be known for going there, so they can't list them.
Oh yeah, there's like a bunch of exhibitors. I'm sure there'll be a ton of vloggers. This would be actually
like fucking Bill Gates is gonna be there, like buying a whole bunch of shit.
Genuinely hilarious to go to this. Oh my god.
Mitch and his Freemason buddies are gonna be there.
Yeah, I gotta hit up Low-Res. So do you want to shoot a movie at my house, or do you want to go make a found footage film at a psychedelics festival and see if we can get me on a ton of drugs on film? Like, just sign up for every drug research test.
How many drugs can Spencer fit in his body?
Yeah, do you think they have, like, tester strips of acid here? Just, like, getting out of our gourds? Cut my forehead and put more acid on it.
It just looks like the Event Horizon scene where you're just, like, speaking Latin. Liberate me!
Yeah, I'm walking around with snakes all over my arms and shit. Like, whoa, he's in the flow now, boys.
No, Spencer, he meant liberate tutte me.
Yeah.
He's telling us not to come, no!
I'm fucking macro dosing. Like, just losing my mind. What is it, mega dosing?
Mitch runs in as the Doom guy. Fuck!
Yeah, I'm really in it now. Careers. What kind of job can you get in this?
Waterboy to help everybody get through it.
Yeah. Emotional coach. You're not a dragon. Relax.
You're like,
I swear I'm breathing fire. I'm totally a dragon.
I'm sorry, I'm burning you.
Dude, they have nothing but remote jobs right now. Jeff, we got to apply to MAPS.
Okay.
Even as just a bit. Recruiting and talent acquisition? Okay, you apply
major
to MAPS.
Gifts officer? What's a major gifts officer?
Yeah, you apply to MAPS, okay? Director of people.
Wait, do I have to enlist to be a major in the gifts office?
You hire and develop talent, okay? So you hire and develop me into just an acid monster.
I'm gonna be your Mick.
Yeah, you give me all the super LSD that gives me like fucking pyromancer powers. And we fucking
You're gonna eat methadone and crap fentanyl.
Yeah, we're gonna go get that laptop. Oh my god, dude, strategy. What, dude? 90K a year? What the fuck?
You're gonna moita that ayahuasca.
Yeah. Go get that ibogaine, kid. Slug it down. I don't know what you do with that. Do you shoot it? You drink it?
I'm scared, okay? I'm scared.
Oh man, dude, this rocks. What's the okay? All the locations are remote, but it's based in San Jose, California. Whoa! Values and seeks applicants who are people of color, queer, transgender, gender non-conforming, and gender fluid. Dude, tell them you're trans too, and it's a slam dunk.
Yes, that's like a
Nobody's
hat trick.
pointed out that they can't question that.
Wait, how much does that pay?
$90K a year, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, it's full time and it's remote.
Well, wait, hold on. It has 5 years experience you needed?
Yeah, just tell them your fucking years of experience in graphic design is
But wait, does
intelligent
ayahuasca,
design.
you know how ayahuasca makes you feel like you've lived for like 100 years? Does that count as your 5 years experience if you lived 100 years?
I'll give you all of my acid notebooks and you can just tell them my 1,000 years experience is yours.
Well, I have seen the birth of the cosmos. I think I can handle strategy and operations.
Dude, number one additional competencies, personal passion for the map's mission of creating legal contexts for psychedelic use.
I'm just going to draw a bunch of pictures.
Major gifts officer. This one doesn't tell us what it's making annually. But the strategy and operations officer is fucking making bank. Is an instrumental player in advancing the research, public education, health equity. I need another whiskey sour in a minute here. And probably to piss. I'm going to have to leave you on your own to... Dude, it's a 501 nonprofit? Are you fucking kidding me? That's rad. Dude, maps, the more I find out about it, the more it kicks absolute ass. Yeah, Jeff. What? Dude, the director of people makes even more. 100K to 130K a year.
But what?
What the fuck do you even do? I've been reading this and none of these seem to really explain what the job is.
I think you just get high all day.
No, it seems like you just hang out with people who are high all day.
And get high all day.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of that going on where it's like, hey, we got some new MDMA coming down the wire. You want to fucking just sort of taste a little? Just a bunch of guys in lab coats fucking geeked out of their minds. Why is everybody sucking on their teeth at work?
I can't stop my jaw. I can't stop my jaw.
Holy fuck, does anybody want to cuddle? Everything feels crazy. We got to get more microfiber blankets for the office. Just like, that's my
this
boss.
Carpet? This carpet, oh my god.
Yeah, that's why this is a remote job. Yeah, Mitch, I'm off of soda, so I'm having a whiskey sour, which is probably worse for me than soda, but I stopped drinking soda and I'm down like 13 pounds now. And tonight, because it's St. Patrick's Day, I was drinking. Beth randomly got me sour mix, and I was like, oh, I'm going to get crazy. Okay, position overview. The director of people, which again just sounds like the most bullshit job title ever, will lead the company's people operations and human resource functions. Your team will be composed of a PT, payroll, part-time payroll administrator, part-time HR generalist, and an IT administrator, and a volunteer engagement specialist. The team will need to grow and develop a recruiting muscle to help. Whoa, you grow a recruiting muscle. That's after you do a ton of psychedelics.
That's what they call the pineal gland.
Yeah, that's what the Beyond was about. To help with hiring 10 plus new roles across the organization over the course of this year. So you get to help rebuild a whole new department remotely.
Do you want to help rebuild society?
Dude, do you want to make a psychedelic superhero team with me, Jeff?
I think we have to. I think it's like set.
I'm applying to this drunk, which is kind of like being on psychedelics, but it's fully legal and the government doesn't care. The people department is 2 years old. This feels like a joke, and it's a real website.
I want to be the director of people, but I want you to refer to me as the major gift officer.
The people department? I am the people department.
No, he literally changed his name to people department.
Yeah, he's not director of people anymore. He's the whole department. Dude, this is the most, like, corporatized bullshit.
I am all people, and all people am I.
Yeah, but this is, like, the most corporatized bullshit ever. None of this makes any... Second paragraph, MAPS is 35-year-old nonprofit. The people department is 2 years old and is still in the early stages of growth, which is why the ideal... I went from MAPS is really cool to this might be a shell corporation to just funnel tax dollars into someone's pocket. The
is this
ideal candidate
BlackRock?
will be comfortable performing both tactical human resource functions as well as strategic efforts to foster expansion of the people team.
Hold up.
The
Tactical
culture,
human resource? Is
yes.
this like fucking MK Ultra?
The
Are they
cultural
creating super
growth,
soldiers?
yeah, the cultural growth of the organization and the development of our staff. So this is either a big fucking nothing going on here and this is just a bunch of flowery language, or they're like, we're teaching people how to kill people with their brains and psychedelics. We expect this role to be very
You know what? I'm
hands-on
still
in the
in.
day-to-day needs of HR, including benefits administration, audits, open enrollment, onboarding, offboarding, employee grievances. Sounds like a glorified HR job now. The head of people
No, they got coded
spearheads.
language in here. Look, in addition, the head of people spearheads any projects. They want people's heads on spears. You gotta read between the lines.
Yeah, that encourages a cohesive and productive workforce. Now we're talking about fucking linking up brains in some sort of hive mind to do some sort of psionic team blast. That's insane. Launching new productivity software, they're literally referring to people like computers now, and creating training that encourages us.
Yeah, this is some Bill Gates shit, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this position is a fantastic opportunity for results. You know it's a good job description when they're telling you it's good for you.
This is some transhumanism, fucking BlackRock,
Yeah,
psyops.
give up your brain to the collective, brother. Maps went from being real cool to real scary real fast, guys. My bad. Like,
we're all becoming part of the machine.
Yeah, this person has to be able to take complex ideas and consolidate them into small talking points to deliver to senior leadership for fast approval and decision making. You guys need to be able to compartmentalize very serious decisions into one-word questions and answers. Boobs? Yes. All right.
Nah, dude, it's not Elon. This is totally Bill Gates style.
That's amazing.
Elon would include like clear language about flamethrowers and using your brain to blow up other people's brains.
Financial analyst, clinical budget, clinical program manager, clinical trial leader. Oh, that's what I want. What do we?
Dude, even the logos look like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Mm-hmm. I've always loved it, man, and it's felt like for years like this was something I made up in my head. But I think I saw the guy on like Conan O'Brien or something years ago, and was like,
"This is like the Dharma Initiative."
Yeah, it's what it feels like too.
Oh man, I want to see a smoke monster.
I don't know which page you guys can see. Okay, clinical trial leader. Yeah, this is the cool one. This is you're literally working with all the people fucked up on DMT, but I want the ayahuasca one. I want the guys that are like shitting their pants and vomiting. They're so high.
They just have some Amazon tribal leader there. Like, where the fuck did you come from?
Oh, senior medical writer. Oh, what do I do? It's remote. Key responsibilities: lead authorship of high-quality clinical and regulatory documents to enable us to bring breakthrough therapies to patients with unmet medical needs. Develop and execute project plans to produce complex clinical documents for global regulatory submissions in close collaboration with key stakeholders. Okay, literally synthesizing data into high-quality, holistic, and coherent narrative documents to execute global regulatory Oh my god, none of this. Advanced degree in technical or scientific writing. Fuck! No. I have to be a doctor?
Entry-level position with 10 years experience? What the fuck?
Yeah, we joke, but that's like literally every like
must type 60 words a minute. Damn it.
Yeah. That's like every job in like video game design is like entry level position, must have 4 games under their belt and 10 years experience.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Must have led a creative team. Like,
yeah, must be willing to blow all of the senior staff. Dude, all of these jobs are to us. Fuck me, dude.
All right, where?
All of these jobs are remote for the European one, but
Oh, you're still talking about that. I think about something. Never mind.
Trial sponsor, approval for the prescription use of MDMA. This is in Norway. The job is called Independent Raider. And
Wait, hold on. Isn't Norway where all those like apocalypse seeds are?
Oh yeah, the World Seed Bank or whatever it's
Yeah,
called.
isn't that in Norway?
I thought that was like in Antarctica or some shit. Like,
I think it's like over there in like a fjord or some shit. I'm telling you, dude, this is
find
all
out.
adding up to be some
Google
fucking Bilderberg,
World
Bill Gates,
Seed.
BlackRock shit.
Slavbard and Gooberdoobs?
What'd you call me?
Yeah, Slavbard. You might be right with that name.
I love
Yeah, it's in
Gooberdoobs.
Norway. Why did I think it was further than that?
Dude,
further. Higher up.
I still believe.
Yeah, the Slavbard. I'm so fucking drunk, and I'm ready to go make another drink.
This is some fucking. We need Fox and Fox Mulder and Scully here to help us out.
Dude, that's gonna be my first sci-fi short story. Is the world ends and this guy has to make a trek all the way to the Svalbard, and he gets in there and it's just a huge sperm bank.
Dude, hook up the milking machines.
Yeah, this whole time he's been like, oh my god, I need to get to the seeds. We need to regrow vegetables, and he gets there and it's just jizz.
All future food is jizz.
Yeah, it's a rough translation in Norwegian.
It gets very salty.
Yeah,
after
seed is a very literal sort of biblical meaning for the word. Svalbard actually means man in Norwegian. It's
Goober dude. Well, you can figure that out.
Yeah, the vegetable bank's actually in Brazil. Like, no!
But the Brazilian one, it's just the same thing, but it has like some nice Caribbean kind of style music.
Yeah, it's all lady jizz. Dude, you can't do that. That's literally where Anlander came from. From the man seed bank.
I am the last of the seed.
Yeah, where the seed grows strong. Yeah, mixed the cold earth.
My seed versus the mutants of the plains.
Oh, yeah. I am going to go and piss and make another whiskey sour real quick.
Well,
Jeff,
good for
you hold it down. I'll be in chat to support you in spirit.
No, he's just gonna go sign up for Maps right now.
Yeah,
you're gonna hit up Indeed.
I'm applying for all of those jobs. Yes. Yeah, how do I get more drugs in a legal context?
Do you want to have experience for this? Yes. How many years? 25.
Yeah, I saw doing drugs in a legal context, and that's where I stopped reading and called you guys. So what do we got? Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. You talk about your kids or something.
All 0 of them.
The ones you store at the Svalbard.
In my goober dome. He's still here.
God damn it.
Escape the goober dome. What's up, everybody? You know, we're going to do a show at one point and talk about the Batman. I'm excited to talk about that, but these losers haven't seen it yet. I really enjoyed it. I'm curious what you guys in the chat thought of it, though. You know, it's not perfect. You know, like I can't like overpraise it, but I did really enjoy it. I don't want to give away too much before we do our reviews and stuff, but I definitely liked it a lot. That was cool. Had a cool vibe. I like the general style of it and stuff. I will say though, this is something that isn't too big to get into, so I can talk about it now. But I do believe those Robert Pattinson rumors about him not working out, because like he does a great job. I really liked him as Batman, but he's just like an average fit dude. You know, like he clearly didn't do like any crazy workout regimen. Oh, Mitch, you loved it. Cool. Pattinson Nailed it. Affleck is still better though. Yeah, it's tough because I did like Affleck a lot, but I feel like we just never really got to see him truly as Batman, you know? Like I would have loved to have seen him in his solo film just doing like some classic take on the character, especially in that costume, which is still I think the best, at least one of the best Batman costumes. There's some tweaks I would make to it just by like making those ears taller and throwing some underoos on them. But overall, that was pretty sweet. Um, but yeah, I dug the Batman. That was really cool. Great cinematography. Um, the score is badass, but the score is one of those scores where like it sticks with you for a while. So like throughout the week, you're just like, "Bwom." But it's pretty cool. I'll be interested to see where they go with it. They kind of set up some stuff in the end, you know, some little hints at what they got planned for the future. And I can definitely see it being pretty cool, but it's hard for me to say where it falls in line with all the other films. You know, best movie Batman costume. Ugh. Batfleck was the shit. I guess I'd probably say Batman Returns because that one was like I love the design of the Batman '89 costume where it's actual muscles and stuff, and then his like greaves and his boots have this cool like scalloping on them. But the only problem with that costume is just that it was like this early prototype kind of costume where they didn't really have everything figured out. So like his mask is kind of loose and some of the sculpting on it is kind of rough. It still looks great, but there's times you can kind of see like it needs improvement here and there. But then when you see that Batman Returns one, and they took all that stuff and they just refined it completely, and it's beautiful. That cowl is so sick. Like just the silhouette of that cowl. One of the things I noticed when I rewatched those films, I rewatched like all the '90s era Batman movies, is that like the cowl in those Burton films is kind of shaped like tapered towards the ears. So like his neck is really wide and then tapers towards the ears, and it gives him like this really cool silhouette. But by the time you get to Batman and Robin, they did the opposite, and so he has like a thinner neck, and then his ears at the top kind of flare out, and it gives him this weird like bobblehead like goofball look, which I guess kind of like was done on purpose because that film is so like kid friendly, and it kind of softens his look, whereas the Keaton era one has this like really intense, dark, like creature of the night look. Death Curse says Batman Beyond movie next or bust. I mean, that is one of those things where like I think Pattinson would have been a great what the fuck is his name, Terry McGinnis, and then bring back fucking Michael Keaton. That would have been the way to go for me. But I'm still happy with what they did. And what's cool about this one too is that it really comes across like I think they had to have been inspired by the Aronofsky Batman script from I think it was like the early 2000s before Batman Begins got made, because it has that same stripped down like super obsessive Batman that's almost like a Travis Bickle type where he's just kind of off his rocker at times. I think that's why they brought Keaton back. Yeah, you mean for like the Flash movie? I mean, it'd be nice if they do a Batman Beyond for a follow up. That'd be great. Mitch says, I actually think the Burton costumes sucked only because they looked like unflexible rubber suits, but I think that was just the times. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Like his movement is definitely inhibited, and you can tell. But I do think they did a good job of utilizing that, in terms of like making it appear on purpose. Like Batman has these very, purposeful movements. Like he doesn't need to have like big flowy punches or kicks because everything he does is going to be like a knockout strike. But it does inhibit like the things they can do with him.
I'm back. The Burton ones, like that's the thing too, is like the old Batman movies, I love them, but those movies all kind of feel like a stage play.
Yes.
like there's this weird thing with old comic book movies where it feels like even Hollywood didn't completely take them seriously.
No,
And
and that's what's funny. Like that, those Burton ones. The way they talked about him back then was like, "Oh, this is the first dark and serious Batman," and then Batman Begins comes out, and it's like the dark and serious Batman that takes it seriously for the first time. And now, then it's like the new
yeah,
Batman movie is like the dark and serious Batman.
it's fucking hilarious too, and it's like we like I haven't seen it yet, but it seems like we finally got like actual detective Batman, like the real like as near to the original Batman as possible, but everybody's got their like hokey nostalgic idea of whatever Batman they like the most. And like I just kept making jokes the week it released about how like Batman was just a knockoff of the Shadow and like ran around with like a Colt 45 like the first fucking couple times he showed up he was like
Hmm.
a nutcase. I was like they didn't give him a gun, but like he's as close to like the original iteration of Batman who's just like a crazy angry rich guy who beats up criminals in his city like
Well, that was one of the things I was talking about, like with his physique. Like, I get that he's like the artsy fartsy kind of actor where he didn't want to just become a pretty boy and like buff up. But my problem was like he looks fine in the movie. He doesn't look bad, but he didn't look crazy buff or anything like that. And I thought what he should have done is he should have just dehydrated himself and given himself that like Travis Bickle like sinewy vascular look where he's like emaciated but muscular,
well
because that
from
would have
what
fit
I
this version of Batman where he's like an obsessive and
Well,
he's
from what
like
I read
sickly.
of Reeves' script, the whole thing was that like he's like competent and in good shape for his age, but it's supposed to be like young Batman,
Yeah,
like
it's year two.
yeah, and it's like angsty and angry, and he still hasn't really like figured out his purpose,
Yeah.
and like he's sort of just like a wandering wild animal. So it's the reverse of the other movies where like that's why it's like everybody loves the Nolan movies and it's like yeah those are great movies but they're like almost not it's just Batman tacked on at the end like and the character doesn't have like a shitload of development or anything in one movie. It's just like he's Batman and he knows how to do shit and like some stuff's gonna suck for him but he's gonna
Hmm.
overcome it because he's Batman. And it's like they're when you go back and look at them, the only movie that really has like stakes that feel like they matter are the Heath Ledger one, like The Dark
Hmm.
Knight. And it's like again, they're not really Batman movies. They're like really fucking good, like fan fiction that transcended what it was based on, essentially. But it's still like not really Batman. And even this one, it's like, oh, we got Batman sort of dealing with street level villains and almost like treading into that territory of like a rogues gallery, which I think makes sense if this were supposed to be the early years of Batman. And now it sets up
Hmm.
that you can tread into that territory of the more insane like characters.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say like which is my favorite era or which is my favorite Batman film, because like I feel like every film gets something really right about Batman or the mythos, and then it gets other things really wrong. Like
Yep.
nothing's ever got like the full breadth of the character
Yeah,
besides
like
like
this
maybe the
one,
cartoon.
I would have loved to seen something more grounded and serious like this new one looks that still has some of those fantastical like comic book feeling set pieces but actually ground it so it doesn't feel like a set piece. Like how do you make this feel
Well,
real? Gotham, I think, even though that show was kind of corny, did a pretty good job with a lot of that of just like making Gotham feel like a real place.
Well, that's one of my favorite things about this new movie is their approach on Gotham. Where like I love the Nolan films, but I hated his Gotham after Batman Begins, because Batman Begins still had like a fantasy Gotham which I liked, but then with Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, it's just Pittsburgh and Chicago, you know,
Oh yeah, and
and that's
there's
like it's so boring looking and for that context. But in this movie, they incorporate like they shot in Edinburgh and I think some other places too,
the
and they
Nolan stuff
combine.
too. I think he always shot way too much daylight stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought it would have been way more impactful even in the Joker one if it was just like the bank robbery scene was one of the only daylight scenes, but there's so much like daylight in Batman movies that feels so weird. Like, one of the reviews I read for this one was like people saying how weird it was to see like Batman arriving places like a normal person and shit like that, and like
Mm-hmm.
not just like dropping down from the ceiling in every scene, and like
Oh,
you actually see like the human element of being a superhero with no superpowers. And it was like, yeah, that's like something that interests me, that isn't just the same
there's a
fucking
scene in this, dude.
superhero stories like over and over again.
There's a scene in this where Batman, you get to see through his eyes as he's walking around, and that's one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie. I absolutely love it, but we'll get to that in more detail when we actually, do our full review.
Yeah, when
You
I
still haven't
watch
seen
it.
it, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm hoping to finally have time to go see it. I basically was like, I can't go see it until I get the pre-press done. I got everybody waiting on me, so like going out and like I wouldn't have gone and gotten tattooed today if it wasn't like such a fucking random surprise I couldn't really back out of. But
Mm-hmm.
it's like I have so much shit to get done. We have a bunch of backers waiting on me, so I didn't want to fucking dick around with that. If I could find a bootleg or something of it, I would just watch it at this point. But
Well, it's coming on
um,
HBO Max in April, so
yeah, I remember hearing something about that. And then they greenlit, I think Reeves is producing it. They greenlit a Penguin spin-off series on HBO Max.
I heard his Gotham show got canceled though. He was trying to do a GCPD TV
Yeah,
show, and they canceled that, which I would actually like way more than a
that's
Penguin show.
that's probably what the Penguin show is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if like a lot of that revolves around the GCPD and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But from what I gathered, it seems like Reeves is producing. He'll probably direct a couple of episodes, and it's gonna be coming direct to HBO Max. And Colin Farrell's like coming back for the Penguin role and everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those things where like he's fine in the movie, but to me, he didn't really like leave an impression.
Oh, I heard he was great. I just heard it was kind of like a like Penguin could have not been in the movie and it still would have been a solid story sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like he doesn't do anything that to me was like stand out where you needed Colin Farrell in the movie.
Yeah,
To be honest with you.
that's where like the one thing where I read everybody was like you could have took out all the Penguin stuff and the movie would have been like a half hour, 45 minutes shorter and probably way more concise, but you could tell that they were like very confident in what they were doing and that they're trying to set up for future releases, which is the one thing that I really like truly like. I probably wouldn't have such a big problem with comic book movies nowadays if they didn't all feel like that, because that's what I think the downfall of the Nolan movies is. They always tried to like shoehorn in a little something at the end. Uh
Mm-hmm.
and it was like, man, those movies just stand well on their own as independent films. I feel like they almost suck more when you watch them all together.
Hmm.
Uh I'm not like a huge fanboy like people are about those fucking movies. I think that the middle one is a fantastic movie. The other two are solid movies, but is like go back and watch them like on their own, and they're like it's not a great experience. Like
Hmm.
I think for the time everybody seeing them was really shocked. I don't know if it's just me, but I can't go back and enjoy them like it was the first time I saw them in theaters. But that's also how I feel about a lot of Nolan's movies. Like if you can't catch them in theaters, they're like almost not worth going to see. Uh, Tenet was way up there with that. I don't know if you saw that one or not.
No, I hated Tenet. I was not a fan of Tenet at all.
Yeah,
I
I
came
feel
out of
like
the theater thinking like I liked it, and then as I'm driving home and going, I did not like it. The
yeah,
more I thought about it, the less I liked it.
you're like, wait, did I pay for a full movie and see half of a movie?
Did he just shoot in reverse and convince everybody that this was a special effect that was insane and never been done before?
Yeah, it was
I love
that's
that reaction. I was like, "Did you see how amazing the special effects are, where everything's reversed?" You like, "Yeah, you mean rewind?" That's all he did was rewind.
so we have Gotham and an Arkham show, which includes ideas from GCPD. Yeah, I heard something about that. So yeah, not canceled, just sort of picked apart into two different things.
To me, the whole thing with like an adaptation of Batman in live action should just be the Arkham game style, where like to me that those games incorporated all the coolest elements of the Batman media and across TV, comics, everything. Like it has the kind of story of the cartoon, and it encapsulates the character and concentrates on the way the cartoon did.
And
It
that
has the updated like costumes and gear that you would see in a movie, but it still keeps everything stylized enough where it feels kind of grounded, but then stylized enough where it's visually interesting
Yeah,
and cool, like
and that
Blade
one
Runner or
still
something.
has that like that like stupid mentality of like cities are dangerous after dark, and that's the whole idea is like regular people aren't out on the street in Gotham after dark. Like
Hmm.
the city turns to shit. It's like a criminal light switch flips, and I was like, that's how the movies should be too. And I was like, that's
Hmm.
what I got from just the trailers of this new one was like, and that's the thing with the Nolan trilogy is that shit feels like too sterilized. It's almost like he went too far in the realism direction where it just feels like Batman, like a guy in
Yeah.
a Batman suit in New York City or something like it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I love Batman Begins because that one is just a pure Batman movie, and it's for everybody calling it like realistic and stuff. It's like Batman fighting ninjas, which I love. I'd rather have him be this more cartoony character where he's fighting ninjas, and he's using all these crazy technologies to create the Batman character, and then like that version of Gotham in that movie has Kowloon in the form of the Narrows, which is just this crazy over the top slum that's unlike anything you can imagine. And like that's to me is what I want to see in Gotham, something that is just not realistic, not grounded. Like grounded in the sense that you have gangs and drugs and that kind of stuff, but the actual visual look of it is something much more over the top
Yeah,
and
it's like
like
some surreal
sci-fi
mashup
or
of a
something.
bunch of things that you can sort of like place, but they are not meant to be together and are just there for this
Mhm.
cool like surrealist gumbo. And that's where I
Mhm.
think the Reeves stuff is like it has that same main line of like, hey, we're trying to be like the Nolan films and do that like serious grounded portrayal of the characters, but then they took a step back in that right direction of like trying to build this like fantastical idea of Gotham again, where
Yeah.
it's like it's this ideal form of it, even though that ideal is like a negative form in reality. Like the Nolan movies are just way too sanitized. It's like he goes to that fucking prison in the third one, and it's like it looks like a pretty nice place for being a fucking hole in the ground. Like it's really not that bad. Like,
Well, somebody made a really great analysis on YouTube I saw a long time ago about how Nolan's Batman movies are really just the shadow. And it's like, yes, he's using like the Joker and Bane, but he's really doing these alternate takes on them, and with the character of Batman too, and his whole world, which is much more in line with the Shadow story than a Batman story, which I thought was pretty interesting, and it does make sense when you think about it in that context.
and it just kind of feels like it was like Nolan's way of being like, see, superheroes can be serious, like mom and dad can enjoy this too. And it was like, I'd rather you just go full tilt in the comic book direction and make a movie that like parents don't understand why kids love this so much. It's like this like grounding everything and trying to make it as palatable for a huge audience, I think is stupid and needs to stop,
Hmm.
especially with all this licensed shit. Like
Yeah.
that the new Halo show being announced, and there's like a huge controversy like today blowing up about how the showrunner was basically like, we didn't look at any of the games and we didn't play
Yeah.
any of them because we didn't want to be tied to the games and or tied down by any of the games. Yeah, Darkman shit, like that's what I mean is like uh Darkman's one of those movies too where that doesn't really feel like set pieces because Sam Raimi's always been so good about using a small budget to make shit feel like larger than it is. and the fucking dark, at least the first Darkman movie, I know they get cheaper by the fucking iteration, but
He only
that
did the
first,
first two, right?
I believe he did the first one and maybe the second one too, but I know like a lot of the cast and everything changed in the second one.
Oh,
Because
the first episode's already out. I didn't know that.
first episode of what?
Of Halo. Mitch says he
Oh, I
watched it.
didn't. Yeah, I didn't know it was out either.
But that's the same thing going on with the new Lord of the Rings show, where it came out that the reason they changed the story so much and added all those new characters is because they don't own the rights to the Silmarillion, which is what they're setting the whole story in. So they
Uh,
had to just make shit up.
yeah, they don't own the rights to that or like the trilogy or like anything from
Yeah,
what
so
I.
it's like, so why exactly did you want to make this show?
Which is funny because I like a year before that, I remember I had read something about how like the Tolkien estate is like really predatory about shit like that, and that they would essentially like take advantage of people looking for contracts with them. And it sounds like they just duped Amazon. Like the people dealing with the licensing and everything just didn't do their due diligence and actually license the proper things they needed. And Tolkien Society didn't give a shit about helping them in any way. They were like, yeah, you came to us with this inquiry for this shit. We gave it to you. You paid the licensing fee. You licensed the wrong shit. And now you can't use any of this. So they literally made Lord of the Rings fan fiction.
Yeah, that's what's funny. It's like, you see all these decisions that they made, and it's like, oh, are they going like woke? Are they, putting in all these politics and stuff? And it's like, no. The real reason they did that is just because they have no rights to anything. They had to make everything up from scratch.
Yeah, they found out
You
like
know?
3 weeks into the writer's room that they didn't own anything that they were intending to do and had to change a bunch of shit and basically make up a bunch of characters and rewrite everything and just make, again, like I've always said, it's like it should just be called like the Tolkien disease or something at this point.
Yeah,
This is why I hate fantasy, is like so much of it just ends up being like a regurgitation of somebody's love of fucking the Lord of the Rings. I'm like, oh no way, you got orcs too, and like people are like kind of bad but also can be kind of good too. And oh,
well, that's the
there's
thing. Like,
elves, no way, like wow, like you
and
got
Tolkien,
elves too. What
he
about
was a
tree
guy
people?
that like really loved fantasy stories and like mythology, and really set out like his whole intent was to create an English mythology.
Yeah,
And
understood like putting like real world context and like
hmm
turmoil into his stories disguised as otherworldly creatures and characters. But
hmm
that's the issue with this Tolkien disease, is people just steal all of what they think are his cool, like the vanity of his cool ideas, and not understand the purpose of the idea and what it was trying to convey.
Well, it's like the Miyazaki was talking about anime once, and he was saying like how he hates modern anime because it's so incestuous. Like, you look at his characters and the people look like people, but when you look at modern anime and everything has these crazy eyes and angular faces and all this stuff, and he's like, it's people that grew up loving anime and basing their anime off of other animes, which were based on other animes. Whereas his work is like, yes, it's anime, but he's also a big fan of flight, of airplanes and things like that. He
Yeah,
he wants to talk about the environment. He's adding in all these different themes and
watching
elements to
that
his stories.
documentary on him where he just talks about how he'll just spend like a year like figuring out the style for his next movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and then it really comes together in like 3 months, and I make a bunch of other animators animate all my shit really fast. I almost put on the 3D one he came out of retirement to do. Was it Earwig or something like that?
Oh, I don't know about that. I didn't. Oh no. Oh, yeah. You're talking about the CGI one that came out like
Yeah,
last
the
year.
3D one. He came out of retirement for like the third time to do that one.
But he didn't make that one. I thought he just like produced it or something.
No, so all of the 3D animation is based on like hand drawings he did.
Really?
He storyboarded like that whole thing. In one of the documentaries, they show him working on it. And yeah, like almost every frame of that movie is based on a picture that he hand drew. It's just he made people go in and 3D animate it. It's insane. It was like, so it basically took like twice as long as a normal fucking animated movie they would do, because he basically scratch animated it in 2D and then handed all the scratch frames that he did over to 3D animators to make the final movie.
Well, going back to that thing for a second. I had this superhero idea I've been trying to make for years, and at one point I had this idea of doing like this cool '80s themed or '80s inspired kind of thing. This is back like 10 years ago, before like it really took off. And I started listening to all this synth music, and I was getting like all these different influences of like '80s anime and all this stuff, '80s horror and Lovecraft. And I was coming up with all these cool ideas. But the problem is that
I'm very
but
drunk.
but the problem is like when you're going down this path of only including things that are inspired by other things, it made the work go down a certain path, right? And so then a couple years later, because I would pick it up, put it down, pick it up, put it down over the years, Stranger Things comes out, and Stranger Things included a lot of ideas that I had, and I was like, oh shit, no, I gotta change all this stuff. And there was even one point where, you ever heard the song Elegia by New Order? It was in like it was in the Metal Gear Solid commercials.
Then probably.
It's a cool song. It's like all guitar and stuff. But that was like my theme song for the story. And I was like, okay, every time I want to write the story, I'll listen to that and I'll get into the headspace. And then I'm watching fucking Stranger Things, and they're going to, I think, Barb's funeral, and all of a sudden I hear Elegia playing, and I'm like, fuck. Like, because everything I was doing was in the same direction. It was all the same influences that Stranger Things had. And there's only so many paths you can go with it. It puts you in that fucking headspace. So you can't just be incestuous with it. You know, you got to, like Miyazaki said, you got to include other influences outside of the genre or whatever you're doing.
That's the big thing too in that documentary is he talks about like how I've said before, like a lot of times with writing, I'll hear writers that are like, oh, you come up with a beginning and you work from there and shit like that. I'm like, almost everything I've written comes up with like an inception of an idea or like a small part that I always build off, and it's not necessarily the beginning or the middle or the end every time. There's no like set way it's going to come to me. It just like comes in flashes. But that dude talks about how he just like explores things he's interested in and will let himself get dragged down these wormholes and find inspiration in all these different things. For that 3D one, he was talking like in the little snippet they have, he's like watching videos of like bugs on like National Geographic for like days on end and just like drawing bugs. And it didn't end up getting used in the film, but he was just like, it fascinates me how they move. So I'm going to draw and animate that for a couple of days to figure out if I can use that in some way. And then in Ponyo, there's this sequence he did that he just like originally came up with it. He had this cool visual in his head of like a whirlwind of watercolors, and that ended up being like a whole shot in the movie. And it was just like a weird idea he had in his head and was like, oh, I do this and I paint it frame by frame, and then I'll just put Ponyo in here. Like, and now it's a scene in the movie. And it's like, sometimes the movie doesn't even really make sense for 5 minutes at a time. And in all his movies, like there's whole sections of the movies is like, and now we're going to show you a delicious meal we're going to cook for 3 minutes. Like, it's because he wanted to. And it's like,
Anyo likes ham.
Yeah, that's cool as fuck. Hell yeah, dude. I finally showed that to Beth and she was like blown away.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Yeah, I was so stoked that she like immediately fell in love with fucking Studio Ghibli films. It was like, this makes me more happy than any Disney movie or anything. Like,
dude, Mononoke, Princess Mononoke, that's still my favorite of his. That movie's insane.
The next one I want to show her. I let her like pick them, and she went with Ponyo the first night, and then we watched My Neighbor Totoro the night after.
Well, that's a good way to build up to it too, because like Mononoke is so intense and
that's
dark,
what I was saying. I was like, you really picked like two fucking good ones to start with, because they throw into some really, really dark territory. You
need to go to the one next where like those weird little raccoons bounce around on their balls. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, what one is that? Spirited Away has a bunch of dark shit in it, but it's not really fucking crazy like that.
I've never seen Porco Rosso, and I need to see that next. That's the one with like the
really
Baron.
Italian. Yeah, he was like super inspired by Italian food and stuff at the time.
Pompoko Metatron's cube. Thank you.
Which one is that? The raccoon ball sack one?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, amazing.
Fucking Japanese, dude. Gotta love
Dude,
them.
Mitch, they're all on HBO Max. Has like the entire collection. The documentaries are on there too. I think one of them's got subtitles, but the other one is all Japanese. But just like seeing the art and seeing old Japanese men like talk about the art they're so fucking hyped for is like I wish I could shoot that into my veins. Like that feeling is amazing. What's up, Metatron? Yeah, it's like I like showing Beth those movies and her being like, "Holy shit, I love these. How have I never watched these?" was so great because like she was aware of Spirited Away because some of that stuff is like around Disney parks,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and I don't think it's there as much anymore. But I remember like when I went to Epcot, they used to have like no faces from Spirited Away like hidden around the Japan part of Epcot. And I don't know if anyone ever noticed it or if I just was like spotting them everywhere. I felt like I was insane.
Hmm.
But there was like little Studio Ghibli stuff like all over the Japan part of Epcot that was like part of like the Disney decor and wasn't like they had products and shit for sale, but
Yeah, yeah.
like there was like legit like parts of the park that were like just like peeking out the little like Kodomo guys and stuff like that.
Those are the ones like the little head moves, like the
Yeah, the
little head
little I
bounces and
always
stuff.
call them like the forest nymphs or whatever. They just look like
Yeah,
they're made of
yeah.
like bone or wood, but they have like eyes and a mouth and they're all just like misshapen. Uh
Yeah, I think I
actually
saw Spirited Away on like Cartoon Network when I was a kid, and I was like, I don't want to watch this girl movie. You know, I didn't know what the fuck it
yeah,
was. And then you start watching like 5 minutes of it, you're like, what the hell is
that's
this? I
like
never
one of
seen
my
anything like
favorite
this.
ones. I remember when her parents get turned into the pigs and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
And
it
was just
sucks you
like,
in instantly. You're like, what the fuck's
yeah.
going on here? This is a kids movie?
I can't remember his name now, but the old dude she works for with the little dust mite
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
demons. Yeah, I just love that whole thing and that whole it like really gives you that vibe of being literally spirited away to like another world where you're just all of a sudden like a cog in this machine you don't understand. And I was just, like fascinated by that the first time I saw it.
Yeah, like Mitch, like I guess like that's a good description, the Japanese Disney movie, but it doesn't really give a Westerner the right idea because you go, oh, a Japanese Disney movie, but we don't understand that Japanese are so weird and out there that their version of a Disney movie is still weird and out there.
It compares closer to classic like 2D animated Disney movies, and
Mm-hmm.
still that is only the easiest like approximation we have for American films, but like it's still not like Ponyo like has a pretty linear story for like 2/3 of it with some little experimental like weird shots here and there, and then it just kind of fucking throws all of that out the window for the final act. Like
Yeah, and then like fucking Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away are almost kind of like Jim Henson movies from the '80s, like Labyrinth and Dark Crystal,
yeah,
where
Howl's
like
is
they're
super
super
weird.
fantasy, but then they get really weird at times, and they kind of are kiddie, but are kind of not.
Yeah, and then they have like these like strange like challenge moments in the story that don't work like an American story where it was like there'd be some like setup and foreshadowing of things, but like Howl's Moving Castle has the giant staircase to see the what is it, the Emperor or whatever.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that's like where the witch gets like her comeuppance, and it's just like out of nowhere. like no one really like learned anything or did anything for that victory. It was just kind of like we both have to walk up these stairs and
Oh, Castle in the Sky is another good one. I like that one a lot. It's probably my second favorite is Castle in the Sky.
oh
That one
see
kind
I
of reminds me of like a Brad Bird anime. You know,
I
like if Brad Bird made an anime, that would be it.
yeah, I really like Howells. I think like I'm always torn between like Howells and Mononoke being like my favorite. uh I don't remember much about Castle in the Sky.
Castle in the Sky was cool. It had like airships and um, lots of
Yeah, I
shooting and
remember
lots of
that.
there's like that. there's a whole fantasy element once they get to the castle in the sky. There's these giant robot dudes that.
That's the one that kind of feels like it's like the other side of Howl's Moving Cat, like all the war you don't see in Howl's. Yeah, okay.
These
Because
cool like
Howl's has like
flying
the
pirates.
airships and everything, but you don't really like see it. You see like that weird like music video art house part where he turns into like the bird creature and is just like flying.
Oh shit! And Nausicaa, I forgot about Nausicaa.
Yeah,
That's badass too.
That one I need to read. I haven't seen that since I was like a really little kid, and I like didn't know what I was watching. Mononoke was really good. I think Spirited Away might honestly be my favorite. We watched that. I rewatched that one again recently. It was like it's still every time I'm like I fucking love this.
I'm always big on like even my favorite Disney films are the adventure ones. Like Atlantis is my all-time favorite Disney movie.
Oh hell
That's
yeah.
just like a straight up action and adventure Disney movie, you know, and that's how like Nausicaa, Mononoke, and Castle in the Sky are. They're action adventure fantasy films.
I think Porco's literally the one I haven't seen. Like the only one that and the 3D one, which is why I wanted to watch that soon. But yeah, Porco Rosso I've never seen. Like I was aware of it for years, and I think just didn't realize that it was a Ghibli film.
Yeah, me too.
But like once I saw it on the list and everything, and found out that it was just like he had this weird year of just being like infatuated with Italian like culture, and has like you were saying before, he's always been like really into like planes and just like aeronautics in general, and fucking yeah, Kiki's Delivery Service was probably going to be the next one that I watch with Beth.
Yeah, they're Mitch, they are dubbed, and they got like real deal dubs with like Christian Bale and all these big name
they're
actors.
Like really legit. Yeah, Christian Bale's the voice of Howl, I'm pretty sure, and like they're very well done. Like they were the most respectable, like legitimate animes for
Billy Crystal was in one of them. Wasn't he in Howl?
Like they really like that's why it's like they're the Disney of Japan. Like they're like a cultural touchstone over there. Like I would kill to just like go and stand outside that studio.
Get this American out of here.
Yeah, Don Bluth kid than Disney. Don Bluth stuff is probably a good comparison to that too, for like an American alternative. And like Ralph Bakshi, that's closer to like what the Studio Ghibli guys are doing, where they were just kind of like, who gives a fuck what everyone else is doing? We're making animated movies that are uniquely ours and no one else could make them. And
that's what I'm hoping comes back, man, because you know Netflix has had two pretty cool things with the Claws movie and what was that show? The League of Legends show, Arcane.
Oh yeah.
You know, the animation
that wouldn't
on those
work for me, but it looked fucking fantastic.
No, I didn't like the story at all. I kind of got bored of it, but the animation is so sick and it's so cool because it's combining 2D and 3D animation, and it's much more doable now to do this. Like, I think we're going to see a big wave of this kind of stuff coming back, and we might get to see some really cool shit coming in the next few years that's not just regular Disney CGI fest.
I hope so. We just need, like, just movies in general. We need more, like, original voices again, and I don't care what fucking color of skin you have or what dick you do or don't have. Like, just make something that doesn't feel like the same, like, homogenous gruel that we've been getting since the, like, streaming wave took over, because now that everyone knows you can make, like, a shitty mid-budget movie and sell it to Netflix and make your money back, that's all anybody is doing, is making these safe bet movies that they can sell to streaming services and make their money back on. And they know, oh, we can give it a catchy title and get some good cover art for it, and boom, we're good to go. And it's like, that sucks so much. I'm so tired of fucking turning on movies, watching 20 minutes of them and being like, all right, fuck this.
Did you see the trailer for Outer Range?
What the fuck is that?
It's a new show coming out on Amazon, and it's got our fucking boy, what's his name, Josh Brolin, and it looks like some kind of crazy Western UFO fucking shit. Outer Range, like, you know, outer space, but it's like a Western with I guess aliens, but it looks like something out of like Under the Skin, like some kind of weird sci-fi take.
Yeah, one
They don't give you an
season.
idea of really what it's about, but I read a quick synopsis that just kind of says like bizarre mystery show.
It sounds like a Hatfield versus the McCoys with an alien abduction.
Yeah, supernatural Yellowstone, Mitch says. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's like Hatfield and the McCoys, Hatfields and the McCoys with an alien angle. That's really weird.
I want
And
to
it
see
has
it.
like a legitimate cast, which is like really weird.
And the trailer is totally bizarre.
Imogen Poots is the daughter who gets abducted. Josh Brolin, Lily
Imogen pooted
Coleman.
again.
There's a little girl that looks like a alien. Will Patton's in it. Damn. Yeah, no, this might actually be good. That's crazy.
Yellowstone is banging. I've been wanting to watch that, but I have not got around
I
to it. I
watched
love Sheridan.
I watched the first like 2 or 3 episodes and was like, God damn, why do I like this show so much? It's literally like a modern day like Dallas or something. Like it is so,
It's huge. People love it.
and it makes me immediately feel like I've just become my father. Like I'm an old man, but it is like genuinely really good from what I've seen. I was like,
This
God
Kevin
damn
Costner
it.
fella is good.
Yeah, like God damn woman, have you seen the new Yellowstone? Shit. Them boys can act. Like I'm like, what
now,
happened to me?
now listen, that is acting right there.
Yeah,
That is acting.
That's goddamn acting. Like it's fucking crazy, man. And
Dad,
I'm
are
like,
you crying?
yeah, man, I want to know the farm makes it. All right. This dude's fucking not pulling his weight on the farm. He's got to go.
They're trying to take his farm, damn it.
Yeah, it's Sopranos as ranchers. Someone said the other day, I saw on Twitter, there was like, why didn't anyone tell me Yellowstone is Succession for rednecks? Like, it was like, that's probably.
I like the Sopranos, and it's like, I want to get some gabagool.
Yeah. Let's go get some bison.
Can we get some Sofsky?
Is it better than Longmire? I believe so.
I've never seen Longmire.
I didn't end up watching it. Longmire has been on my list for like 2 years, and I have never watched it.
Reacher was cool. That was really good.
Reacher, yeah, I got a couple episodes into that already, and that was really good. I just rewatched Quarry. Did you ever watch that?
Corey Feldman?
No, Quarry. Like a
Corey
rock
Feldman.
quarry?
I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
Yeah. Quarry, like quartz. With Logan Marshall Green, Tom
Don't yell at
Hardy's
me.
stunt double.
Oh yeah. The
Yeah.
dude from
The Invitation and a bunch of other shit.
Invitation. I love that movie.
Prometheus,
Yeah.
I think.
Upgrade.
Yep, Upgrade.
He's great in Upgrade. That movie's awesome.
Have you seen that show though?
No, never even heard of it.
You gotta. I don't know. I think it was like Showtime or something like that. I don't know if you have that, but
I do.
I'm pretty sure it's a Showtime show, and it only got 1 season. Some of the best television I've seen in the last like 10 years. And it is so fucking like such a weird show. He's basically like a Vietnam vet working for like the CIA or something, but like everything's obscured and you never fully know exactly what the fuck he's doing. But this guy's like Logan Marshall Green's essentially like a hitman, and it's like set just after Vietnam, and it's fucking awesome, and he's great in it. And I was just actually recommending it to my buddy Jose when I was getting tattooed today. I was like, there's not like a ton of good TV that's come out in the last couple of years, but I'm pretty sure it's Showtime because they did Banshee, and then like as Banshee was wrapping up, Quarry just like came out of nowhere and like blew my mind. That the last episode's fucking great too.
Have you seen Kings of London? That's the one by the Raid dude.
I think that's another one that I have on my list, and I just haven't watched it. Yeah, it's like a Gareth Evans thing.
Mm-hmm. I want to see it, but I haven't got the chance because I don't have. What is it like? Stars or I don't remember what channel it's on.
It was on I think like a streaming service had like the license for like a couple months for the first season of it or something, but I never ended up watching it. It might have been Netflix or something, but yeah, I haven't watched it. Uh Man, Yellowstone. Now I'm like I'm going to put that on when I go to bed tonight. Fucking Kevin Costner. Uh
Then by God, we take it back. That was Kevin Costner, Prince of Thieves.
yeah,
Thank
I
you.
don't I don't even know how many seasons is Yellowstone got now. Like I don't even know where I'm at in it. I might have actually watched more than a couple of episodes. Uh
Dude, I don't care what anybody says. Waterworld, I love that movie. And
Waterworld got
Postman.
dick,
Postman
man.
fucking ruled.
Postman was one of those movies used to be on TV all the time. It was just like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna watch this now.
Yeah, 3
Oh,
fucking hours, whatever it is.
early screener reviews of Moon Knight are saying it is extremely violent. Uh, I was like, granted, that could all just be hype from fucking people who got the screener episodes, but they sent out the first 4 episodes to like press outlets to review, and a couple of the like early just like people tweeting that they got press copies of it and being like, holy shit. So I think they're literally doing what we said, and they're gonna do the whole like they're basically just reinstating the Netflix MCU as like a new thing, and they're gonna pretend like it didn't exist at Netflix already and act like it's a new like entity altogether and just
Yeah, they said
do.
they're rebooting Daredevil right now, but I think that's just like Hollywood speak. There's essentially starting it on Disney. You know, they're not really rebooting
Yeah,
it
I
in a
have a
sense.
feeling it's going to come back, and it's just going to probably have like Fisk and a lot of the same characters and everything come back, and it's just not really going to talk about the past storylines from those seasons on Netflix shows.
Hmm.
It's just going to like pick up with those characters wherever they left off and just kind of like start a new story arc, and maybe it'll be more integrated with the MCU and everything, but I still think like they're going to kind of feel like their own standalone thing. I still don't think we're really going to be seeing like Oscar Isaac showing up in movies as Moon Knight all the time. Like
Yeah,
that, I think that was one of the first things we said when they like finally revealed the outfit was like, yeah, this looks like he fits into the Netflix universe, not the MCU. Like,
hmm. I am
and
wondering though, like, is he going to be in the suit more, or is he going to be in the classic suit more?
I have a feeling he's gonna be in the suit a lot more.
Yeah.
Like just because the suit with the form fitting mask and everything, I think looks way better. Even though that's obviously the lazier look, the fact that they made the mask form fitting for that, so it fits his head silhouette perfectly, but then didn't
Hmm.
do that on the like actual like shroud outfit isn't like the shroud outfit looks like weirdly bulky in spots and then not
Yeah.
in others where it's like that could be fucking anyone underneath it. It definitely doesn't read like Oscar Isaac is in there, and I think he's a great actor, so it's like to cover that dude up a bunch is weird. They should have done like a more form fitting thing where you can see him emote and things like that still.
I still don't get why, like, you know, Disney has Mandalorian, right? And they cast what's
The
his face to
base.
play Mandalorian. For some reason, he's on set all the time as the in the suit, and it's like we don't need that, right? You just need somebody to play the voice and just get like a really badass stunt actor to do all these cool stunts and have him flipping around. Like Marvel should just straight up do something like that for Moon Knight. Just get some badass stunt dude, put him in the costume all the time, and have Oscar Isaacs voice it, and like never show him because then you can pay him less and you can do cooler shit with the TV show. Just I want to see somebody that's just a stunt guy doing superhero shit, not just an actor. We get to see his face every 5 minutes. He takes off the mask because he has to talk to somebody for no reason.
Yep.
Like, I'm just
It's
sick of that shit.
and it's that same thing like over and over again. What the fuck? Something just popped up on my computer and I can't get rid of it. It's just like a white box. Motherfuck. I'm too drunk for this.
Blind Fury, that is rad.
Yeah, I can't see anybody's comments now because of this fucking box.
Yeah, but like Mando, Mitch, like there's times you can tell it's not like a stunt dude in there because his movement is just so lackadaisical. Like, like they need somebody that can really move. And like sometimes he just walks around, it's like so clunky. It's like, I just want to see somebody that can like throw a kick. You know what I mean? Like somebody that has a nice physique, so he looks imposing, and somebody can throw a punch and a kick. Fucking what's his name? Dude plays Boba Fett, where you can tell he's wearing the suit because his belly bulges out.
Oh my god, man. Talk about that shit. I was like, oh cool, Book of Boba Fett, the only character I actually like in fucking Star Wars. There might be something cool again. And the first episode of that came out, and I was like, never mind, I don't even care, and I didn't watch any of it. I was just like, I'm fried on all of this shit. Like, I barely have an interest in video games anymore. I'm like, every form of entertainment just seems to suck balls, and my interest more gravitates to just making new shit because everything else is so boring. Like,
but I think that's good though, because like I feel the same way, right? Like I'm looking at all this stuff, I'm going, well, I don't want to read a Superman comic because this isn't Superman. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. So I put all my efforts into making shit, and that's what we need. This is like our move to make our own shit,
Like the next generation, I really hope it's another one of those cyclical things where like millennial kids are about to come out and make some of the like wildest shit we've never seen before, and they're just as like mutually fucking bored with all of this because I'm like, there's still gotta be like some semblance of normal fucking weird art kids that are like, why does everything suck so much? Why is everything feel so boring and lazy? Like, horror movies are the most egregious. It's like one of the things I love so much in this world. And I'm like, how did we go from the 80s to where we are now? To like the cocaine fueled world of like insane practical effects of just guys like melting bubble gum and KY jelly to make disgusting shit and make some of the coolest things ever put to film ever, to fuck it, just make it CGI. Nobody wants to deal with any of this shit on set. Like, we'd rather just like put a bunch of shiny fucking turds and call it a day. Like, it sucks so much. Video games blow for the most part. It took a game like Elden Ring coming out that literally has like no UI to like make the gaming development world realize that they're retarded and they've been focusing on dumb shit that nobody cares about for 10 fucking years.
You gotta be reminded of the tutorial like 2 hours into the game. Like, you can hit X.
You guys don't like fucking endless collectibles on the map? Hang on, you want games where you actually do shit? You don't want to just walk around collecting pointless loot?
Yeah, that's why I'm so sick of so many games like Destiny and even fucking Spider-Man and shit. It's like, oh, you gotta get all this other extra shit so you can get all of Spider-Man's costumes. Like, I don't care. I just want to do cool
Spider-Man
stuff.
game was one of the most egregious, like, perpetrators of that. Everybody was like, this game is fucking amazing. It's so good. And I finally got it when it was on sale for like $10 or $15 digitally on PlayStation. I must have played like a couple hours of the story and was like, all right, I get this is like a watered down version of the Arkham games and with web slinging. And after like hour 6 of the story, you're just collecting shit.
Yeah. Well, dude, remember, I was texting you when I was playing it. I'm like, I'm just fighting the same bad guys, these thugs, over and over again. It's just, whether it's the Silver Sable group or it's the fucking 3D Man's group, whatever his fucking name was.
Oh yeah, that was what I told you. I was like, oh, you accidentally download, like, that's the whole thing, was like the DLC downloads didn't work properly, so it would put like the endgame DLC just in the middle of the story.
Oh, really?
And yeah, so like the Silver Sable shit wasn't supposed to come up until like you beat the game. That was like DLC content, but it like blends really weird. Yeah, that was a fucking mess, and that's getting like 3 more games, and now I think they're the ones doing the Wolverine game too.
Yeah, that has me worried because like that game, like the boss fights are okay, but then they rushed all the boss fights to the very end of the game, and they combine them where they're tag teams. So you don't even get to fight like Electro on his own. You got to fight Electro and Scorpion together, or whatever it was. Like.
And the Wolverine game is just going to be like, oh, a bunch of slash attacks and rolling around and things, and then you have like a heal factor, and it's like that's going to get old really quick. Like the Wolverine Origins game that came out years ago was really fun and had that like fully destructible body that looked great for the time and everything, and it was like that was a fun game for a shitty movie. The game is way better than the movie was, and it was like the game didn't get like a huge amount of recognition, and even that for being like a 4-hour game still kind of drags on because there's not that much to that. It's like at the end of the day, like this whole like run around, hack and slash the same 5 enemies over and over again, while every bit of like any sort of challenge is basically explained to you. Like the Spider-Man games, I'm pretty sure that game even had like the weak spot shit on it still and everything. So it's just like everything is really easy to time and parry. I'm like, it like even playing on really hard difficulty, that game was really fucking easy. Like, and that shit just gets really, really old. That like it's like the Ubisoft design method of we'll make a 5-hour game, but then we'll put 30 hours worth of bullshit and collectibles to do in it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the same thing with a new like Assassin's Creed game. What did they have? Odyssey first. I got suckered into buying that one and was like, oh, all my friends said this is really good. It's the same shit Assassin's Creed has always been. It wasn't anything different. They were like, oh, the shooting mechanics and everything are so much better. The fighting is like more open and fluid now. No, it fucking wasn't. It's the same shit. They just added like RPG elements to it, so your ass could like level up and get more loot. I was like, God damn it. And then the Viking one came out. I was like, not this time, motherfuckers. Like, never again. It's like the fucking final lobe of my brain developed, and I was like, I'm not getting duped by this shit anymore. Me and Mitch are kicking around ideas for doing like an old school Doom game. That's where I'm at right now, because I'm like, I'd much rather do something shitty and pixelated and old school that I know will love and people will play it still, than fucking all this other wacky shit. Elden Ring made me reevaluate a lot of things. It's like, oh yeah, you can just make something that's fun to play and people won't give a fuck, but this like, we just need a gameplay loop. That's everything. You gotta have more loot. Yeah, and that's the like when I hear that disgusts me. Like we had to find like a fun gameplay loop that the player wants to keep coming back to, and it was like when you're literally talking about it like it's like this addictive cycle you need to trap your customer in, that's a problem. Like you should just make a game that you're like a product your customer actually wants to fucking use, not something that like exploits like addiction and psychology to fucking get people to use it and abuse the fuck out of it.
You know what game I really liked that kind of came out and just had like a lukewarm response? I forget the name of it now. It's the one where you can play as either a knight, a Viking, or a samurai.
For Honor.
For Honor. I fucking like that game, dude. The combat was so different. Ubisoft
making like a legitimate, like unique choice and like actually
like you really spar
their neck out on something.
Yeah, like you gotta choose the right stance. You gotta parry properly.
Like a year after that came out too, they did like a big overhaul on it, and I remember going back to play that and really liking it a lot. But it was like really hard at that point because of the like diehard people that were playing it.
Yeah, and there wasn't a whole lot of people playing, and the ones that did were like so souped up that you just really stand a chance in any duels. But you know, it was badass.
That game was a lot of, and that's what I mean was I would take a million more of those like unique ideas and something fun and new that isn't just like perfect execution over the same shit we've been getting for like the last 10 years now. Like,
that was
how many more fucking Call of Duties can we get?
Yeah.
Like, I wish they would just finally make Call of Duty just like an all online thing, and it's like we should be paying like $10 a year for the new installment. Like
that was like the closest thing I got to Bushido Blade in like 20 years, dude.
Dude, Bushido Blade fucking rocked.
Ruled.
I feel like no one played that game.
Oh, I had like
destructible
the game books
environments.
and everything for it. I loved everything about that
Dude,
game.
the fucking bambooo level all day.
Yeah, you would just say like, let's not fight right now. Let's go cut down bamboo
Yeah,
for the
let's
next
see
hour.
who can cut down the most trees. We're gonna level this fucking forest. Bamboo's endangered by the time we're done killing each other today. Like, yeah, that shit rocked. That, did you ever play the Way of the Samurai games?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
dude, that first one is like a damn near perfect game.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, we need more entertainment that isn't worried about like what the fuck is like trendy right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of starting to get that in film again with some independent stuff, but even like what's considered like the alternative art house is becoming really homogenized and just like gay.
Yeah.
That new A24 Ty West movie I think looks retarded.
Which one's that?
The X one.
Oh, is that his?
Yeah,
I just saw a trailer for that yesterday.
it like how you were saying, like eventually there's this homogenization of like everybody pulling from the same source
Yep.
inspirations,
Yep.
and that one was one of the ones where like I was kicking ideas around for something and that trailer dropped and I was like, well, that's what that looks like in execution, and it's actually kind of corny. Like like how I was saying, oh, maybe you could shoot a whole feature film on Super 8 in 2022, and then I was like, oh, maybe you could just shoot it digitally and use a good filter on it, and that's, excuse me, seemingly what they did for the X trailer. And I was like, oh no, shooting it digitally and putting a filter on it still looks like shit. Like they
Yeah,
still
yeah.
haven't figured that out for some reason. But that's just, it looks like a gumbo of like a bunch of better horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that was like surprising and curious about it to me is that it's Ty West and that it's like it kind of looks grimier than any A24 film I've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
So far they have this uniquely kind of like surrealist, fantastical feel to them. Like Midsummer, all of that is like, it almost doesn't feel like horror. I know everybody calls it elevated horror, but I think that's retarded.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
more so like up its ass horror. Because it's like, oh yeah, guys, like horror has had like morals and themes to it all along. Like,
Yeah. Literally
I don't
since the
know.
beginning.
Yeah, I don't know what fuck you think you're elevating. I just think you don't realize the like morals and themes of these stories, and you just think you're some fucking pioneer of
Well,
shit
that
that's
was
been
what
happening
fucking
since the dawn of storytelling.
when Michael Bay's team was talking to the dude that played Leatherface in the original film, and they were like, "Yeah, we're doing this like really updated, serious take on this. It's a great psychological experience." He's like, "What the fuck do you think the first movie was?" You
Yeah,
know?
it's like the whole thing is about a fucking poor family run out of work who literally has to resort to eating people to survive. Like,
Mm-hmm.
is pretty obvious. It's also an angry ass movie that was made the post Vietnam, couple years after Vietnam, where we were an angry, meandering country full of fucking angry teenagers and college students that didn't really know what the fuck they were doing with their lives, and everybody was very disillusioned with things. So it's like, that's the other thing, is that's that whole like hard times make hard men, and whatever that saying is, I'm fucking loaded
Yeah.
now. You know,
Hard
everybody's
times
hard
make
when it's
strong
hard out.
men. Strong men make good times. Good times
Yes,
make
there
weak
we
men.
go.
Weak men make hard times.
There we go. It's that whole mentality of like, I think things in reality are like, at least for the everyday person, like it's not like people are like really for the most part living in squalor anymore. If you can get up and work a regular day job, you can at least put a roof over your head. I know it's fucking hard to do in a lot of places and everything, but like the world has got more amenities than ever, and life is pretty sweet if you put in a little fucking elbow grease. And like things have gotten so cushy and easy for people that I don't even think it's like, it seems damn near impossible to make like really fucking good art anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not that art innately needs some sort of struggle, but I think it needs at least a perspective on struggle. And when you seemingly aren't witnessing it anywhere other than through a screen, you kind of lose like the human empathy and just like innate understanding we have for that shit.
Well,
That's
I think
why like films and art are so powerful, was it always reconnected you to that humanity, and we kind of aren't getting that anymore.
Well, something too I've thought about a lot is like, today people have access to everything, like, streaming music, streaming movies, and you have access to a million different possibilities. But what happens is the algorithms, once they see that you like one style of music or one kind of movie, they just inundate you with just that one thing. And
Yep.
so that's where like that again, that incestuous kind of art comes out because like, even though the kids today have all of this stuff at their disposal, they're only getting force fed the same thing because of these algorithms, and so they're coming out with this derivative shit. Like the music today is just it's all the same stuff, right? And all the TV shows, all the
You
fucking
have to
movies.
really cast a wide net to like
Yep,
sort of reel in any sort of.
it's like even though we have this great tool at our disposal, there is still something that was great about the radio, where like the radio would give you a different song that you'd never heard before, and you have to listen to it because you have to wait till it gets to the song that you were hoping to come up, right?
Dude, the older I get, the more I miss just that, like, when TV shows came on at a set time and we all had to witness them in real time together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it all felt like we were on one planet in one, and it sounds really corny, but it's like we were all in one place at the same time
Yeah.
for that brief moment. And when there was a really big, like, Game of Thrones was probably the last thing where that was really happening with TV, was like, oh my God, the new episode's on, like, everybody's gonna go watch it because they don't want people to spoil it for them on Monday at fucking work or whatever. And it was like, I didn't even really like the show that much, and I would still fucking make sure I watched the new episode.
Well,
It's
that was
like,
even one thing about like with the Mandalorian, where they were smart and they released it episode by episode and
yep.
not all at once to binge. So people had to wait, and that build up, started
I
happening. It's like,
I
oh my
think
god, I
as
can't wait till it comes out.
I think as TV's getting murdered now, and like streaming companies have way more money to work with than ever, we're gonna start seeing a lot more of that. Because Netflix has even done that with stuff in the past that people didn't really notice. And the difference with Netflix was a lot of it was like almost like talk show sort of late night kind of format shows. Like I think Chelsea lately had one, and a couple other people, like I think Joel McHale and the like Soup production team had one at one
Oh
point.
yeah, yeah, I remember that.
But all of them were kind of that format. None of them thought to actually do like a narrative show and release it week by week for people to get interested in. And it's like really weird because that's part of like what made TV work for so long, and like how that system stayed together and made people so much money was because it was this like recurring thing that would snowball week by week and build up through word of mouth and all these things. And you don't really have, like, it feels like we all sort of like exist on, that's why it's funny that like on social media it's called like your timeline is like everyone is literally on their own timeline now,
Mm-hmm.
because like
Mm-hmm.
you said, that instant gratification and that instant connection for things, it's like fucking porn or anything else. The like simulated
All right.
act, the simulated act of anything is it's so instant and immediate and at your fingertips that you lose all like sense and like just base foundation of like appreciation of all of that,
Yeah.
like to understand like what that took 10 years ago to get directly in front of you is insane. It's like
Yeah.
fucking 20 years ago, dudes were still like driving 3 states away to buy porno tapes at markets and shit. Like,
Yeah, I can't remember what I think it's like this generation of like college students and like teenagers are having less sex than in the last like 40 years, and it's just because like they have such easy access to pornography and everything that the sex drive has kind of gone
dude,
down.
there was like articles about kids having fucking panic attacks during COVID-19 and being hospitalized because they were having like severe panic attacks when they found out there was a chicken tender shortage. Like that's how fucked up like teenagers and the youth of today, like people that are only like 10 years younger than us are so fucking fucked up and crippled by like the instant gratification of the world that it's literally Wall-E. Like as soon as an inconvenience pops up, people are like having fucking heart attacks and shit. Like,
and
I'm like,
it's dulling their creativity. You know, like they're not having to go out and explore new concepts and new ideas because everything is just shut down to their bubble.
yeah, well, why explore anything when you can have like a YouTube robot tell you exactly what you're interested in?
Speaking of tendies, Checkers now have chicken tenders with the fry seasoning.
Oh shit, son!
I
It
know,
only took
right?
them 100 years.
they
I don't
they
think
should just
there's
put that fry seasoning on all their food. Like, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't think there's a Checkers anywhere around here, but they do their fucking fries in like frozen bags at the grocery stores around here.
What they should
And
do
that's
is when
like
you go to
a
a
drunk
store,
thing I get every once in a while.
they should just throw in all your food that you ordered, whether it's a burger or a fish sandwich or the fries, and then put it all in that bag together and just throw in all the seasoning, shake that shit up, and give it to you. That's all you gotta do.
I want it all.
Call it shakies.
Cover my kid in chicken tenders and delicious fry seasoning. It's Rallies here. Yeah, same shit.
Yeah.
It's just, and like a lot of all this shit that drives me nuts roots back to that. Also, like everyone's focus is on the wrong thing. That's one of the saddest things about the fucking CG stuff is like, love the community, man, but it was like, damn, if people could get more focused on like shit that actually really fucking mattered, you guys could be making a difference on a bunch of shit. But it's like you're yelling about Disney movies and bullshit all the time is like, I don't know how all that clout hasn't been leveraged to actually like be constructive and make more dope shit, but I guess that's the Donnie Cates mentality. I should have worded it better, but like CG like won that war and is now just like yelling at a corpse.
He's already dead.
Yeah, it's like, geez, guys, can we just like kick some dirt on him and get out of here? Like, this is getting weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's all falling apart. Like, Sana Amanat or something is getting fired, and
yeah, for like molesting people on Disney grounds. Like, it's like, you guys won hard. Like,
yeah, it's like,
now,
I think the
like,
war is over.
Yeah, now leverage some of that fucking.
Oh no, they got him. CG's taking Spencer down. Spencer got canceled. Fuck. Oh, no, maybe he's having a stroke, guys. Oh shit. Look at him. He's still alive. He's still breathing. We'll see if he's going to come back. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm just going to have to talk, I guess, until he finally gets back on stream hours later and can cancel it. And then my throat is just destroyed. I did it. I took him down. PC shit its pants. That doesn't sound very politically correct. Maybe evacuated your leggings. Yeah, that's more acceptable. Whatever. Anyways, I'm gonna keep ranting. But yeah, that's like my fucking yeah, you can just restart it. I mean, I think I should still stay on stream until you come back, I would assume. Yeah, say if you're gonna restart it in the comments. But yeah, anyways, like my whole thing that I've been like toying around with this idea is just that I feel like there's this lack of creativity being caused by our access to media. You know, it's so weird that like when you go onto Spotify and you go on to Netflix and all this shit is collated, you know, for you specifically. And all you get is just inundated with the same media. If you're a metal fan, all you get is metal. And it used to be like, not to say like there isn't something really great about this time, but it's just having those limitations where it forces you to have to experience other things. Like when you're in the car with your parents and they would play their shitty music, and listening to the radio, having to sit through a shitty song to get to a good song, but it exposes you to new things. And those new things can have an impact on you and influence you, and help you explore different stuff, different movies, different songs, different bands, whatever. And that's going to give your sound and your creativity a whole new feel. And that's what I was saying, like with my own story. Like I realized I was just going down this very narrow road because all the different stuff I was including was from the same context, and it only leads down a certain narrow path. Too catered, yeah. That's why I don't listen to playlists or anything. Yeah, I mean, it's good just to go out and explore things. Like, otherwise, you're just gonna have this homogenous idea, and it's just not gonna stand out. Like, how much music today is, just sounds like the exact same thing. Like, there's always been, like styles, like fucking hair metal comes out or grunge music comes out, and there's always different like knockoffs of that. But you still had those original bands that developed that sound because they were inspired by other things, especially your sexuality. You know too much, Mitch. Yeah, I'm mainly a metalhead, but I listen to a wide range of weird and different stuff, says Institute. Yeah, and Institute, like your music has a cool, unique sound. Like I can tell that, obviously you're influenced by synthwave, but there's different things, there's different elements that you're including in it. And that gives you your distinct sound. That's what you need, right? I mean, like, fuck, I talk to like my nephews and nieces, and it's like, you ask them what they listen to. I have nephews and nieces that live in Virginia and Florida, completely separate from one another. They don't know each other. My wife's side and my side, and they all just say the same shit they listen to, because all the kids now just listen to the same stuff. This is what it's all they know of. So they don't go out and search for new things. They all listen to fucking Little Xan or whatever fuck is out there. And you don't get exposed to this other stuff. They don't even know like fucking other bands or other movies, whatever it is. But it seems the more in thing to do now is to be an outsider or outcast. But somehow it's worked its way around to conformity again. And it's the weirdest thing ever, if that makes sense. No, you're absolutely right. The conformity thing is such a strange idea of like, so many people today consider themselves rebels, but all they're doing is just conforming with the acceptable opinions and acceptable lifestyles, but they're being told that they're being rebellious and they're fighting against the system. So I've heard it's like, it's like massive herds of outcasts and individuals, so it actually ends up being trendy, Institute says. Death Curse, Beth listens to a bunch of new music, and I genuinely think it's the same, like, 3 musicians over and over. I mean, dude, I love fucking doom metal, and how many doom metal bands sound exactly the same? Like, it's great to be in, love doom metal, but, like, you got to include some other elements to it. That's what made some people, like, take, for instance, Danzig, who Spencer hates. Danzig, he was doing metal, but he was combining, like, Southern rock and combining, Elvis and, just darker metal, and combining all these things to create this really cool, groovy, like bluesy kind of metal that sounded so different from what everybody else was doing at the time. They're all Electric Wizard now. Love him as a person, hate his music. I think you're the only person that loves him as a person. Love Saddam's politics, hate his wardrobe. I never heard of Ahab. But yeah, I mean, that's like my whole thing is you got to draw like inspiration from other places. That's why I like fucking David Bowie is one of the greatest of all times, because this is a guy who just changed his whole sound with like every album, tried new things out constantly, and sometimes it didn't work, or it wind up as have been as popular as his other stuff, but he was always trying new things. It wasn't just like fucking, I don't know, AC/DC, where you feel like you're getting the same album every time they put out a new album. They're nautical themed doom metal. That's one thing about metal. Like, sometimes you hear stuff and it's like, oh, we're doing Viking metal, or we're doing pirate metal. And it's like you dress up, and it's like, yep, we dress up like pirates, and we sing shanty songs. Was it Press? Yeah, I've heard them. I like them a lot. I like Doom and Type O. Sadly, the main guy died young. Yeah, Peter Steele, who posed in a Playgirl magazine. Just saying. He's like 6'7". Check out the Divinity of Oceans album or Boats of the Glen Carriage. Cool. I'll check them out. But yeah, I think we're just like living in a really weird time. It's like, was it Aldous Huxley with Brave New World, where everybody thought like Big Brother is going to be 1984, where you're living in this like fascist state, but really the way to keep people in line is to actually give them things they want. And it's like, you can almost kind of draw comparisons to that, right? Where you're looking at the world and going like, we have so many amenities and so many great things, but what it's actually doing, all these like great things that seem great, are really just kind of dumbing us down and dulling our senses and making us complacent, because we got to get that stuff. We want to keep getting this stuff. But what ends up happening is that our art and our culture starts dying. Nobody's coming out with unique voices. We're just regurgitating the same stuff. All the movies are the same. Every movie is a fucking shared universe. All the music sounds exactly the same. There has to be some kind of limitation on your art. That's how you improvise and adapt. Come up with something new. What about dwarf metal? dig a hole. How about Agalloch? That sounds familiar. Not really doom, but more like black atmospheric. They're pretty good. Church of the Cosmic Skull came out with a new song. I haven't got a chance to listen to it yet, but I really like them a lot. I don't really know what you would classify them. It's like they're kind of bluesy, but they kind of also, like, some songs have like a 70s rock, like almost ELO kind of sound. And then other stuff is like kind of Nick Cavey. They're really cool if you haven't heard them. Church of the Cosmic Skull. I think they're from England. I don't know. They're pretty blatant about newspeak and thought policing anymore. Sure, but a lot of people aren't really. I feel like a lot of people just aren't aware of that. They just kind of take everything at face value and just kind of. I don't know. Like, you look at any news story and people, or just look at Spencer talking about CG, and it's like, I know a lot of people that when they hear about CG, they're just told these people are bad. And they just go along with it. Oh, well, I guess they're bad. People said they were bad, so they must be bad. Yeah, they're wild. 70s psych. Yeah, definitely. They definitely got a 70s vibe to them. 100%. Fucking Reboot is taking. Oh, even Spencer's on the Reboot train. I'm rebooting my art. That's what I'm doing. Webcam and mic aren't being recognized. Well, golly gee. Mitch says, I'm never unhappy with Paradise Lost, though. That's my go-to. I want to say I listened to them. I'm not certain. I gotta pull up my Spotify real quick and see. That's the other thing about that's the other problem with stuff like Spotify, where I feel like I'm not as invested into the music as I used to be, because it's not like, you go to the store, you buy the CD, you start going through the liner notes and looking at the lyrics and the album art and all this kind of stuff. You just go, oh, I'm gonna click this band, listen to them, and then you listen to like all their songs in a row while you're working or whatever. You don't have that like same attachment to it because you're not paying for it, you're not investing in it. I mean, there's obviously it's great because you get to, if you care about music or you care about movies or whatever, you get to go search for this stuff and get it at your disposal. But there is something that's fun about the hunt, right? Like going to a store and going through the album racks and looking at some cool cover for a band you never heard of and checking that out.
God damn it! Sorry.
Can you go away? I'm talking about being a nerd.
Yeah, to listen to you talk about gay music. I'm sitting here watching on my phone.
Do you feel that way though? Like, do you feel like you're not as attached to a lot of music you listen to through streaming?
Oh, for sure. There's like me and Beth have a huge collection of records and listen to tons of music just on vinyl now because like you were saying, there's so much new shit. Like I find it almost like impressive that she can like enjoy new music. Like she was showing me this new dude the other day. I think his name's like Swayco or Suko or something. It's spelled all fucking ridiculous. So he's like the new Justin Bieber or something. But Beth like listens to Spotify and all this shit. She's a music major, so she's crazy about music, and we'll just listen to all different stuff. But like it blows my mind that she can like even parse who these different fucking people are, because it's like I haven't music wise really heard of anything in the last like 5 years that's really like blown me away. That feels like it, like that. What is it? Church of the Cosmic Skull that you brought up was one of the most recent bands that I just like stumbled across and was like, oh shit. Like, before that it was like Harmar Superstar. I always really liked because that guy's music is like out of time, and very weird. And a lot of people haven't heard of him for whatever reason.
I really like Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats. They're really great.
I've heard that. I've never listened to them, but
they're cool.
Have you listened to any of Harmar Superstar's stuff?
Never heard of them.
It's like very weird, like 70s, almost like porn groove. I think his most famous song is probably like Prisoners of Love or Lady You Shot Me. Which Lady You Shot Me was like used for, I think, in a couple of movies and maybe like some commercials. I showed Beth this dude a while ago. He's like I think like a Chicago or New York like performance art guy for a while. But yeah, like I love this dude's stuff, and he's such a like a hideous dude. Like it's insane. I'm telling you, this video.
That's one of the reasons why 70s music and older was so great. Is if you look at everybody today, everybody is handsome or pretty. But in the 70s, you had people like Joe Cocker and Johnny Cash who were fucking horrendous looking. But that's what gave them their fucking soul. You know what I'm saying?
This like it has like the tinny, like warm recording sound and everything. Like I fucking love this dude's stuff, but this is like his most famous song, and he's a hideous chud.
He looks like the Penguin.
Yeah, it's insane. But it's like wicked old school.
No, I love this. Is dope.
And like I think one of his videos has like Juliette Lewis in it, and
you know what? She's pretty cool. I enjoy some of her music.
Yeah, I don't want us to get copyright struck, but definitely go check this dude out sometime if you like the sound.
Is he like fucking Swedish or something?
No, he's like I'm pretty sure he's like a New York dude. Actually, this like the beat drops out in a second, and I love it. Like it changes completely from this like sad ballad to yeah, he's just such an ugly dude. right here. Yeah, it's just wicked groovy. But like all of his shit is just like 70s like porn groove, and I fucking absolutely love it. He does some other stuff too, but like I heard you talking about like Bowie when I was coming back into the room, and I'm like, this dude is like the closest thing I think we really have to a modern Bowie, and he doesn't release stuff like very often.
Well, you know who's like really big, but still is a great example of this too is Sturgill Simpson. Like so much country today is just I got a pickup truck and I like to drink beer. You know, it's just like stereotype bullshit. And Sturgill Simpson's like I'm doing psychedelics and I live on the ocean, you know, with the Navy, and I miss my kid. You know, like it's just real music, and he and adds all these like 70s groovy stuff to his country music. Like, so unique, so different.
Harmar dropped a new album in 2000 or 2021, Roseville. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I think he's been in some movies too. Yeah, dude, country music is even weirder. Me and Beth were talking about that today. I didn't even think to bring up Sturgill Simpson, but we were talking because she randomly put on, it was like a hardcore cover of a Rascal Flatts song. I was like, what the fuck is going on right now? It was like, why am I hearing like a hardcore cover of a song my mom used to blast? Like, this is weird as shit. And Beth was like, this is a Rascal Flatts song? I was like, and you don't even know it's a Rascal Flatts cover. This is insane. Like, I felt like I was on like another planet. I was like, the fact that I know that it's a Rascal Flatts cover is that fucking What Hurts the Most song. And I was like, this is from that mid 2000s like emo country music movement, which was also big in like the late 90s and shit too. I just remember my mom always listening to that. It was like, remember when you guys sang about like cowboy shit and actual hardship?
Yeah, exactly. And now it's just a fucking commercial for Budweiser or Ford pickup trucks.
It was like Carrie Underwood wrote that obnoxious ass song about carving up a dude's fucking car for cheating on her, and then everybody was like, we're pop stars now.
Yeah.
We're pop stars with a little bit more meth.
We got twang. That's what makes us different. We got twang. Yeah. Did you see fucking Dolly Parton bowed out of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Like a G?
What a classy bitch, man.
Right?
Class the size of her rockin' tits.
She's just like, yeah, I'm not a rock star, so I'm gonna step out, but keep doing you. Like, all right, fucking A.
Yeah, I love the boss ass move. She ended it with like, keep me in mind when I release my rock and roll album. And it was like, that's a real woman right there. Like, fucking, that's amazing. I'm pretty sure I showed that to Beth when I like stumbled across it on Twitter last night. I was like, that's really fucking cool, because it's like most people, like man or woman, would just be like, hell yeah, I'll take that accolade. Like,
it's stupid too. It's like, why the fuck is there a Hall of Fame for music? You know what I mean? Like, how do you quantify any of this shit? Like, it's art.
Well, that's the whole thing too. Is like,
just put it all there.
All of those Hall of Fames also kind of go out of their way to like not quantify it.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's not like a rigid structure for like why you get inducted into a lot of those.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we decided you're dope enough. And they even spitefully, like, especially the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, like, spitefully don't induct people for very long periods of time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The WWE was really bad about that, too. That's why I was like, the Scott Hall passing thing, it was like, well, at least it was nice the dude got fucking inducted while he was still here.
But it's like, what's even the criteria? It's like, oh, you won the most fake matches.
Yeah. That's the thing, too. It's like, that one is almost more credible than the lot of them, because it's like, you basically just needed to be a popular dude, and you're going to end up in there. And need to not have some sort of like spite deal with Vince McMahon. But other than that, you're probably going to end up in like the Wrestling Hall of Fame. But it's because that's like a huge thing, or it's basically just owned by the same people that run wrestling. So that's a very incestuous, like homogenous fucking industry in the first place. But Uh, like everywhere else where it's like, it's not like in the NFL it really matters about your stats or anything. It's kind of fucking all over the place with all of that. And that's why, like, music, you're right. It's like even fucking harder to quantify that. Like,
Yeah. Well, it's like when they have award shows. It's
so
like,
I'm sure there was a
how do you
point in
say
time
what's
where they
the
barely inducted black guys into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So
yeah.
it was like literally like it depends on what decade of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame you're into. Like,
It's like, but how do you say what's the best album of the year or the best movie of the year? It's like that's pretty subjective, you know?
yeah, me and Beth were just talking about that tonight. I think Pig is quite possibly one of the best movies like I've ever seen in my life, and it resonated with me in such a way, but I still understand that it's such a like benign, like menial movie, and that's how it will come across to a lot of people, but it
Hmm.
just like hit home for me and I even told Beth, I was like, if it was me, if that movie came out 10 years ago when I was like 21, wouldn't have given it a second thought, like at
Hmm.
all. It would have
Hmm.
just been like, oh, that was like cool. It's kind of depressing, but it was like, wouldn't have given it a second thought. But it hit me at a point in time where I was like, man, I want to fucking get the fuck out of this rat race and this cycle of just like everybody's doing shit and no one knows why they're doing it anymore.
Yeah.
Like when you're asked to stop and appreciate the fruits of your success, you don't even understand why you should be doing that anymore.
Hmm.
And that's like how that movie resonated with me. Was it was this man that wanted to escape the rat race and just go back to genuinely appreciating every facet of your lifestyle. And I like genuinely tried to start applying that to my own life and just weed out things that didn't actually bring me any sort of happiness. Like it was just all this shit that I was just doing because I felt like I was obligated to do it. It was like all of a sudden I was like, why am I getting involved? Why am I watching all these shitty shows I don't really seem interested in after an episode? Like all this fucking, I'm consuming all this stuff that's just like making me an angrier, like more bitter and like
Yes.
annoyed person. And I had to reflect on that, being like, oh, I'm literally just like willingly poisoning myself with shitty information. And
Hmm.
that weird fucking movie made me realize that. Like, that just pulled me out of like such a weird hole. And I was like, yeah, we all need to go back to the fucking woods with our truffle pig. And I'm like, it doesn't make any sense if you didn't see the movie, but it's like there's sadder circumstances, and there was more to it where it was like it reeled me in such a way that opened me up to this like surreal, almost like unbearable weight of empathy. Like I just felt like I completely connected with the Nicolas Cage character, which still like sounds insane saying it out loud, which is why I've got like a grin on my face. It's like it's insane because the movie doesn't seem that serious and it looks like a weird throwaway action movie if you just watch the trailer for it, and it's not at all. It's like a very emotional, like heartfelt film, but it's weird. Yeah, it's like but it's poison with sugar. That's kind of the reality of it though, is it's this like sweetness and veneer of life that we've slapped onto everything, that we convince ourselves that all this pointless shit is more important than it actually is, which is that it's more than just pointless bullshit to
Hmm.
just pass some time. And when you convince yourself so strongly, or however you want to word it, it eventually like it literally distorts your perspective. And I was like it took a lot of realization and like a weird fucking movie to hit me at the right time. Like I said when I talked about it originally, I was like, by the end of that movie I was teared up and I didn't realize I was like, what the fuck, and like touched my face afterwards. I was like freaked out
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
I was just like, I haven't been that locked into a movie in 10, 20 years. Like I can't think of the last time something like reeled me in like that. It was just something where it's like, I get this. Like I feel like I'm in the room and the director is just like telling me what he was trying to tell me, which is
Hmm.
like not something that happens a lot for me. With like, I see films, I'm like, oh, I understand this, I love this, it's entertaining or whatever, but to like get something on such a visceral level for the first time in a long time, and I feel like it's more that connection to the movie that I had that pulled me out of it. That was like, oh yeah, there is still this fucking great art out there. I just need to be smarter about looking for it and stop consuming so much of this garbage all the time. Because that's Disney is like junk food entertainment now. It was
Yep.
like like I used to call it popcorn movies and stuff. I still love popcorn movies and throwaway B movies and stuff, but it's literally the equivalent of like facing a pizza by yourself and drinking a 30 rack of beer, and you wake up the next day like, why do I do this to myself? Like,
It really
it's,
is.
yeah,
Like
it's
Eternals
crazy.
is like I watched Eternals a little while ago, and it's just such a nothing burger of a movie.
It
This is
looks
nothing
really
to it.
good. You're like, oh, this is going to be delicious. I can't wait to bite into it. And then you're like, why does this taste like dog shit painted up really pretty?
Right. Like I texted you guys when I was watching it, and I was like, it's fine, it's cool. And
Yeah,
then I turned the timer on to see how much time was left. I thought the movie was almost over, and it had another whole like 40 minutes left. I'm like,
that's
fuck,
all I
I
needed
can't
to.
get
When
through
you were
this.
like, it's fine, I was like, I've already seen it. And I never bothered.
But once you realize like that fine is gonna last another half an hour or more, you're like, oh, it's not fine. This is actually shit.
Yeah,
I'm just wasting too much time.
Ryan basically said like he was watching it, he was like really surprised. He's like, there's some really pretty shots and stuff, but you don't realize how boring it is and how few and far between like all that is until like he's like the creature designs were kind of cool. So when those pop out, you're like, whoa, but then you're like, are they cool or is the movie just so fucking boring you're excited to see something different for a
Yeah.
moment? And I'm like, that's really it. Is and it's someone said it on Twitter the other day, is the Disney Star Wars stuff is just a show to be like, oh, it's that guy who showed up. Like that guy shows up and then everybody cheers. And that's the whole like writing mentality for Star Wars, is they're like, oh yeah, some shit happens and then that guy shows up and we all cheer. And I'm like, that's insane, but that is real. That is what all of the Disney Star Wars stuff has been. Like that's the movie, like
Yeah.
Force Awakens, to like reignite everything. It was
Hmm.
like, oh my god, Han Solo's back, just to get fucking stabbed in the chest by his own son like moments later, and you're like, oh, like
Well, and
this
like that's what
this is gonna be weird.
Mandalorian. That's why Mandalorian was so popular. Is that it's not that it's reinventing the wheel or anything, but it's just different enough from everything
Remembering
we've
how the
seen in
wheel
Star Wars.
turns.
Yeah, it's like, okay, this is refreshing because we haven't seen a story about a bounty hunter and like it's always been the Skywalkers and Han Solo. Is like this is a totally different feel, but obviously it's still within the keepings, the boundings of Star Wars.
Yeah, it's
So-
bad when all this like reboot stuff and rehash stuff and like all these old IPs coming back with fresh new material has gone so bad that you have like diehard audiences basically asking you to go back to the well and do like a reboot. Like, please,
Mhm.
for the love of God, just give us the same old shit we want. Like, it's like insane. Like, how did we get here? Like, it's like, oh God, we would take another trilogy from George Lucas like the prequel trilogy at this point. Please just no more of this shit. And I'm one of those people, like I libertarian's an easy word to like describe how I am, but I don't even think I'm a libertarian. I just people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want as long as they're not fucking with anyone else. I believe in
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
individualism to the max, so it's like everybody like whatever they want. I'm going to share my shitty opinions too, and you can either listen to them or not listen to them. We can still be cool after that if we don't agree on it or whatever.
Yep.
So it's like if they're throwing trans characters into it or gay characters, or now there's fucking 30 black guys in a show, I don't care if they're all fucking great. If the performances are awesome and everybody's kicking ass, I don't care if you got 6 dicks and a
Yeah,
pussy.
fucking
Like, go
Gordon in the new
crazy.
Batman movie. He's great. He's
Yeah, it's
black.
it's
Doesn't matter.
honestly
He's great.
Mitch, like the real definition of Satanism, like the actual one, and not the like Christian. Oh my God, it's the devil idea of Satanism. It's basically individualism. Satanists just love to be like edgy as. There's a point in time at like 20 where I was like, yeah, I'm a Satanist, and I'm like, I was a fucking dumb kid, but it's like the reality is like Satanists are just edgy people who want like a cool name for individualism and
Well, that was what
libertarian.
Anton LaVey's whole thing was like he was actually like a Randian, like an objectivist, and his whole thing was he was just kind of like rebelling against society and like pushing these individualist thoughts.
Yeah, it's
But
like
so,
a
like the real
D&D
Satanists
nerd's
hate
like
him.
idea
Like
of like a fuck you.
all the paganists, Satanists hate him because he wasn't like a real like believer in the
Yeah,
faith.
you don't believe in animal sacrifice or anything like that, and it was completely adopted. Yeah, there's a trans character in Cowboy Bebop 20 years ago and no one cared. Exactly,
Yeah.
because it's about execution, and when as soon as you make it about the identity, it immediately feels empty and performative.
Yeah,
And that
my whole thing has always been like, it doesn't matter if something's political as long as it's well made. Like RoboCop's political, you know, like fucking all
RoboCop
Verhoeven
beats you
shit
over
and
the head with its politics.
yeah,
There's a lot of movies that do that where people don't realize it because it's so fucking entertaining.
yeah,
Running Man is just like social commentary after social commentary. Like your head would be spinning. It's just a lot of people saw these movies years after they came out, not in theaters, under the social lens and scrutiny of the time it came out in. Whereas like Running Man probably fucking blew a lot of minds when it first came out. I mean, I know it did. There were reviews of people that were like, I didn't really get it, and other people that were like, holy shit, because it's cartoonish and all over the place and over the top with its execution, but it still gets its point across. Like,
mm-hmm.
and
They understood the art
all over media.
Yeah, like they understood the art of how to tell an entertaining story, but also include, you know, whatever politics they were. Today, that's the problem is that people today, like at Marvel and shit, they don't know how to do that art anymore.
We
All
need
it is
to
a
make sure
soapbox.
they understand our politics, even to a fault. Like, even if we have to, the shot breaks down to just a character like me right now on a screen, just monologuing all of my beliefs to you. That's the mentality now. Instead of entertain first and, you know, interject those points in there along the way, it's we have to get our point across no matter what.
Yeah, and like story,
even if Master Chief loses all his armor and is a trans 14-year-old goth girl underneath it all, and she has to talk about how climate change is the reason we had to build a Halo, fuck, man, like it's so crazy. Like, just make something that's cool. That's why, like, that screenplay I just wrote, I feel like everybody that read it is like, what the fuck? Because it's like, I just wanted to make something wild that, like, if somebody actually put this to film right now, you'd be like, oh, fuck, how did this get made? And then if you scratch at the surface a little bit, there's a little bit more there that's like a comment on actually some shit we talked about tonight. It's kind of deals a little bit with PTSD and things like that, but I didn't want to just come out and be like this, and this is what this movie's all about, and there's characters that are going to reference it directly and acknowledge these themes. It was like, no, it was just like there's an under the surface layer to things, but on the surface it is just a balls to the wall, like violent fucking extreme horror film would be. I guess it's not splatterpunk if it doesn't have an overt social commentary to it, but it's meant to be a very intense, like, once everything picks up, it doesn't really let up, and it's one of those movies where it's like oh, holy fuck, when are they going to give us a moment to breathe? We don't even really have shit like that anymore. I was like, I would love for a horror movie that has me on, like, the edge of my seat again. Like, even, like, the first time I saw the first fucking Final Destination film, it was like, holy shit, this is a ridiculous movie that takes so much suspension of disbelief, but it's such a fun ride when you're in it. Like, I would take a high concept like that today.
Oh, it still has one of the scariest openings ever that sticks with you. Like, you can never look at that like the same way again.
Part of the reason I fucking hate flying, man. I can't get on a plane and not think about the opening to that fucking movie. It's like even the second one, with the highway accident, you get behind a fucking truck carrying logs, and I'd rather put a gun in my mouth.
Yeah, you get on the road and you see a truck like that, you're like, fuck.
Yep. Like, I'm just gonna get off the highway and take back roads.
Yeah, we're just gonna pull over for another hour or so, just
Yeah,
in
this whole
case.
thing can suck my dick. And then you feel like God when you drive by and that thing's wrecked like a mile up the road. Like holy fuck. Suck my dick, death. Like, yeah, it's I'm not impressed. I want more crazy fucks like us that are just like burnt out on all this bullshit and would rather take some risks. But we also don't have money men anymore that are willing to actually take those calculated risks and do something new and different. And it seems honestly like the the era of like auteur directors and stuff like that who are like actually making a film that is uniquely theirs is like rapidly dying out, it feels like.
Yeah, like it's funny. One of the guys I was just thinking about in that category would be David Lowery, the guy that did that Green Knight movie that just came out a couple months ago. He's done a bunch of really good stuff. It's good. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that was an A24 one, wasn't it?
It's definitely weird. It's definitely his vibe. But he also does stuff for Disney. Like he did the Pete's Dragon movie, and that movie's fucking great.
Jesus.
It doesn't feel like a Disney movie. And like it definitely feels like a movie that a kid can watch and enjoy, but it's smart and it's well made.
Timo's great too, but Timo talks on his Twitter all the time about how he can never actually get money to do his own thing. Like, from what I've gathered, most of his shit that he's done was basically, like, co-signed by someone else. Like,
my boy Nicholas Winding Refn. Love that dude.
I like his stuff, but I really, like, I haven't seen anything lately that's, like, blowing my mind. That fucking show he did with Ed Brubaker was, like, retarded.
Oh, I love that show.
That show was fucking so dumb.
Did you watch the whole thing?
Yeah, it looked beautiful. I watched the whole fucking thing and was riveted the whole time, but at the end I was like, this is retarded. This is
the first episode, I'm like
Pulp Fiction for autists, and like that's
the first episode, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is this serious? Because it's so slow, and it's like, oh, he's fucking with us. I realized he was fucking with
episode?
us. Yeah, where he's all gacked up.
Dude, I was just like, I'm on cocaine now. Like,
and fucking Kojima's in there with the Yakuza.
Yeah, with the Yakuza,
fucking dude's finger off.
Yep, like, I was just like, that feels like a fever, again, like another fever dream that, like, fucking Nicholas is describing to you while you're both having, like, an autism panic attack. I was like, that's another one where it was like, okay, dudes can't get like $1 million to make like a practical horror movie, but this motherfucker got to make a whole limited series of just nonsense, like
of just lingering shots where nothing's happening. But you know what? I fucking loved it.
Yeah, of just shit happening, dude. Like,
Mitch, it's Too Old to Die Young on Amazon.
Yeah, dude. Him and Brubaker did that.
You have to really, though, get through that first episode because the first episode is so slow. You're like, what the fuck's going on? But
it's
after,
an enjoyable watch. It's just like, by the end of it, I was like, was this supposed to have a point? Because I'm not going back to try and figure it out.
It's like just people standing there and staring at nothing for like 5 minutes, and then they finally move and say like 2 words, and then it goes to another scene of people staring.
It's like pulp noir to a fault, like.
Mm-hmm. And it's the kind of story too where you could tell like Brubaker obviously has a story, but Refn is like filtering it through his prism and just doing his own shit with it.
It's like his like sexy minimalism where I feel like literally he like looks at a script page and is like, but do we really need all of this? And then cuts out like, and he's not just cutting dialogue, he's cutting like whole story elements and shit. You're just like, no, I can convey this with less. And
can we change this where they're just staring?
Yeah, how about nobody's making eye contact for 3 whole episodes? What? That's insane. Yeah, and one guy just is always looking at the camera. What?
He's just looking away. And then what happens? He looks away longer.
Nobody ever addresses anybody like a real person. Yeah,
every conversation is a long pause, and then an answer that doesn't really seem to make
and
sense.
and that's that like how we were saying the old Batman movies kind of feel like a stage play, like everything feels kind of artificial and weird, like
Mm-hmm.
you can
Mm-hmm.
like see the edges of it. I feel like his movies and his stuff is almost the opposite, where like these worlds he builds are so expansive and you can't see where like the film ends and like reality begins, sort of thing, because he does
Yeah.
such a good job of composing these shots. But then the way like people act in his movies is like such like stage
Yeah.
play, over the top, like I'm watching like Shakespeare in the fucking coolest setting ever, and it's the
It's like the most
weirdest thing.
self-indulgent movies ever, but
Fuck, was
I
it
fucking
Only
love it.
God Forgives, where it's like I want to fuck my mom and do samurai stuff.
Dude, I love his fucking mind is so retarded. I love it. He's
Dude,
like he's
I'm
like, I'm gonna do a movie. This is literally his description. He's like, I'm gonna do a western in Asia, and it's gonna be an eastern. And you go, oh, cool. That sounds different. And then it's really just a movie about a guy staring at his hands for 2 hours.
there's one gun.
There's one fight, and the hero gets his ass beat.
Yeah. It's confusing.
And then he stabs his mom in the belly, and it's like her vagina.
It's like his whole pitch is just trust me.
Dude, his fucking pitch for Valhalla Rising. I remember when I saw Bronson as the first
Art
movie of his I
murder.
saw,
Like,
and he announced he was doing a new movie, and he was like, "I'm doing a science fiction film. That's my next film. Is be as a take on an alien that comes to the planet. Science fiction." I'm like, "Oh, cool. What he's gonna do?" That movie was Valhalla Rising.
you retard. I don't even think this guy knows what aliens are.
You beautiful idiot.
Yeah. I'm like, every time I think I'm autistic, I remember that guy exists. And they made him, like, Kojima made him an absolute weirdo in Death Stranding, and I was like, this guy is still more normal and grounded than the actual person playing him.
Yeah, he didn't voice it, right? It was just his
Yeah, it's
face.
just a scan of him, I'm pretty sure, and they got
Yeah,
someone
they
else.
probably couldn't convince him to not just stand and stare the entire time.
Dude, he's an alien. Like,
Yeah, dude.
and I love his
Institute.
stuff.
Go look up the interview of I don't know what it was, but just like look up interview Nicholas Winding Refn Valhalla Rising, and he describes it as a science fiction film about aliens.
My like dyslexic ass calls him Refn Winding and Winding Refn and all. I just mix his three names up all the time. I'm like, what the fuck's his name? Refless Winding Nick or some shit.
Wineless Nick.
Yeah, you know that fucking like Swedish retard. Yeah, it's insane. I love his stuff though, but I'm like,
No, like, and he's totally like one of those dudes that when people say they don't like him or they don't get him or they think it's dumb, it's like, yeah, I agree. I understand what you're saying, but to me, it's the coolest thing ever, and I love every moment of his films.
I feel like some of his stuff is like, I don't know if it's purposely nonsensical or like in his head it makes perfect sense, and it's just like, we'll never understand that beautiful world. We're just getting like a slice of a shaving of his autism right off the top. But like,
dude, there's a fucking moment on the behind the scenes of Only God Forgives where he's talking to Ryan Gosling and he's describing a scene, and he's like, he's like, and you're looking at your hands, and your hands are going into your mother, and it's like her womb. And Ryan Gosling just looks at him and gives him like the upturned eyebrow, like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then Refn just busts out laughing because he realizes he's in like artist mode and he knows how bullshit he's talking. The veneer comes off for a second.
Oh man, that's what I mean though. It's like, I can't tell if it's like a character, if there's any self-awareness, if this man is just like severely autistic. Like, it's insane. He's there's like, I'm trying to think of other directors that aren't like dudes from the 80s that are really like doing shit like that too. Cronenberg's son, Brandon Cronenberg, is another dude I would put up there that's like really doing like, and he's still kind of like minimal. I mean, they do some really out there shit, but it's like like Possessor was pretty minimalist and is one of the most graphic films I've seen
Yeah.
in a while. Like I love horror movies and gore and all that, and that movie, like the trauma is so real in that it was like hard to watch. Brought me back to some real life experiences that are like, fuck, dude, like that
Mm-hmm.
one was an intense watch because it's like you feel like you're watching people really bleed out, and there's like a disassociation being part of the overall narrative. Like it's a fucking dizzying headspace of a movie, but that's another great one. But yeah, it's like I know a lot of people are really into Ty West, but it's like I can literally never remember Ty West movies after I see them.
The only one of his that I really loved was House of the Devil.
See,
Everything
I
else is
I
okay, I
watched
think.
that and I don't remember anything about it.
That to me is still like his best movie. His one about Jim Jones was pretty cool.
Is that The Sacrament?
Yeah, that was
That
pretty
one's not
cool.
bad.
But then he made
Innkeepers, everybody rants and raves about.
I don't get it, dude.
I couldn't get through it.
I didn't
That's
think
one
like
I
I thought
have
it
to
was
go back
fine,
to, but
but I didn't understand the reaction it got. It just seemed like an okay film.
yeah, House of the Devil. I like don't remember anything about it now.
That one had the fucking dude from Manhunter. You know, the "Do you see" guy.
Oh, he did a western with Ethan Hawke and John Travolta.
Yeah, that bombed bad. I heard a lot of bad stuff about it. I haven't seen it yet though.
Karen Gillian. Yeah, I'd be curious to watch this. Larry Fassenden was in it too. Yeah, this has got a cool cast. In the Valley of Violence.
It's got a cool name.
Yeah. Uh, Them TV series, Tales from the Loop soundtrack. Yeah, so I did a bunch of TV shit over the last couple of years. It seems like after that Western bombed, he had to go to TV, and then he just got to do X with uh
Did anyone see the new Candyman
A24.
movie? Institute asks.
I it bored the shit out of me. I watched it, but again, that's another one where that's what I mean is all these horror movies now is like even the ones where everybody's praising them is like I don't remember much about them
Mm-hmm.
like the day after I watched them. I'm like I think I might have a brain tumor. Uh X, though, in 1979, a group of young filmmakers set out to make an adult film in rural Texas, but when their reclusive elderly hosts catch them in the act, the cast find themselves fighting for their lives.
What do you think about Nope?
Uh, I don't know. It's an alien invasion movie, and it might be cool. Like, Jordan Peele's kind of hit or miss, and he's one of those dudes where everybody, like, puts him on a pedestal, and he's, like, all right.
I've never seen any of his movies because none of the trailers appealed to me. It's like it looks like there's be pretty one note and one dimensional.
Get Out is
But
fun,
everybody
but
says they great.
Get Out is like a good one, and it's I think the better of the two. I
Mm-hmm.
think I honestly thought Us was fucking stupid as shit, and my whole thing is Get Out. I think should have leaned more into the schlockiness of it. If you watch that one,
Mm-hmm.
I think that one was done the biggest disservice by its marketing. Because like it makes its like racial point and everything very succinctly, but there's like way more like fun weird shit going on in that movie that's like interesting at least visually and worth a watch. Us was just like stupid, and like it felt like he felt like sort of like social pressure to like have like another like sort of radically racial point to it, and it
Mm-hmm.
didn't feel as like concise and fleshed out. Like Get Out felt like somebody coming in who knew exactly what they wanted to do, and that's why I enjoyed that movie as much as I did. And there's some like some genuinely funny parts in it and stuff, and it's just like it's funny. I thought it was going to kind of see like a resurgence with Biden getting elected because it's like all about like like the white gentrifier community not realizing that like they're the bad guys.
Right.
It that plays off that whole dynamic, and it does it really well. Well, honestly, still being entertaining and doesn't feel like it's like preaching to you or really being like white people are the bad guys.
Yeah, like I thought Nope looked interesting, but I hate the fucking name of it. And like, and even there's parts in the trailers, in the trailer that like look pretty dumb. So I'm like, I don't know, this could be great. This could be awful.
Well, it's all of his stuff feels like that's why it's weird that it's like he has such a distinct like vision for what he's trying to do, because the marketing for everything feels like there's not like a person behind these movies at all. It feels very like like board of directors coming up with everything. Like, what's catchy for the kids nowadays? Just like a one. How about YOLO the movie? Like, it just like it feels like everything is run through this like producer studio process of like, how do we figure like where the fuck did the name Nope come up with? And then somebody tried to say it's like it's an acronym for not of planet Earth.
Okay.
I was like, okay, that's cool, but that feels like somebody just came up with that on the spot now.
And just name it that. That's a cooler name. I love that name. Nope, but Nope is like, I don't know, it just sounds like fucking wink wink nod nod, like.
And then I think in the
clever?
Trailer, like it's like one of the chicks fucking, you see like something float up and make like a big shadow, and she's like, nope.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my fucking god, dude. Like, I get like why you would, if it is not of planet Earth or whatever, and that isn't just some shit somebody came up with on Twitter, that like you wouldn't want the movie to just blatantly be like, it's aliens, but then your trailer is like, it's aliens. Like,
there's also this thing too where like people think a movie's avant-garde because it has weird dancing in it. You know, like in the trailer, there's this one moment where like the people are dancing and it's kind of odd. And it's like, well, that makes it cool and smart. Like, does it?
Yeah, and there's like a weird like crane shot over the like rodeo early on, and they're like, isn't this quirky? All black guy rodeo? I was like, what? Like, but it's also run by an Asian guy or something, like, and it doesn't, like, everything has this like weird surreal like bright look to it. I was like, what the fuck is this movie supposed to be? And then it just shows like Roswell alien memorabilia everywhere. And you see a glimpse of what looks like a little gray man, and I'm like, this is gonna be weird as shit. Like, if he just went like from two like pretty minimalist like horror movies that are fairly like isolated incidents to just full-blown like invasion movie with just like black Texan, like they look like caricatures in the fucking the trailer. Like, nobody
that one dude's British.
Seems like a real person. It's like,
that one dude's British. You know, it's like you couldn't find an American dude who has that real like grit to him.
I mean, he's like, a good actor too. He's
no, he's good, but it's like
carries Get Out. That's why I was like, oh, maybe this one will at least be like interesting performances again. And even what is it, Lupita Nyong'o?
Yeah, she's always really good.
Yeah, she's the best part of Us. And I just thought that movie was dog shit. Like, Tim Heidecker's in it and shit, and it's like goofy as hell. Yeah, and I'm sure he probably thought he was fucking amazing in it. I think it's like Tim Heidecker and that it's the chick from Handmaid's Tale and Invisible Man, I think. I think that's like his wife in it. And they have 2 daughters, but it was like, that one I just thought was really dumb, and people again like sucked its dick like crazy just because it was Jordan Peele, and that was like the hot thing to do at the time. I have a feeling like if this one isn't like just like a good movie, it's probably gonna finally start to crumble that veneer. But I'm pretty sure his movies make their money back, so I'm like, if this one makes its money back, they're probably still gonna keep letting him make movies. Like,
Institute brings up an interesting thing too. He's talking about Ma, that film, Ma, that came out a couple of years ago or last year, whatever it was, and now it had a feel to it. And that's one thing I've noticed too. There's a lot of films that are trying to ape the Jordan Peele like feel and commentary.
Ma was goofy as shit. I'm pretty sure that one bombed too. That's literally like a Medea horror movie. Basically a large black woman befriends a bunch of high school kids, and tries to be like the cool, fun aunt or whatever.
Martin Lawrence is Octavia Spencer.
Yeah, it was the fucking weirdest idea for a film ever. And then I think she ends up like killing all the kids and taking a picture with them at the end, if I remember correctly. And then you find out like she was the nerdy girl years ago, and all these kids are the children of like the shitty kids she went to school with. That movie was fucking bad, dude. And like offensively bad. I was like shocked Octavia Spencer did that movie. It was like hilariously bad. And yeah, it's like all the kids that Octavia Spencer went to high school with, they all grew up and had families and children, and those children grew up to be teenagers that Ma befriends and lets them party in her house. And I think she like drugs and poisons all of them and takes a picture with their corpses. It was really fucking dumb. And then I would mix that one up with, was it Mama? That bait and switch Guillermo del Toro movie?
Oh, yeah.
Where he didn't actually make it.
Made it.
Yep. Was it Andre Muschietti or some shit like that?
Yeah, he's doing Flash now.
Really?
Yeah, he's the one making that Flash movie.
Oh, God. Have fun, you fucking comic book nerds. You homos. I'm into guns now. Man shit. You seen a pair of titties lately? Yeah, no, Mama's actually a solid movie. It was just like a Guillermo del Toro bait and switch where he was like supposed to direct that movie up until like a couple of months before they started filming, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that was one of those movies kind of like Lights Out, where it was a short film, and the short film's really cool because it just has a simple concept, and then they try to stretch it out for 2 hours, and there's not much to it.
That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, like I remember Del Toro being way more involved, and they had all these crazy ideas they were talking about in the early press, and then none of that came to fruition. And I remember it being, isn't it more like it felt more like fairy tale-esque to me.
Yeah, especially
like it just feels like a dark like kid's tale, even though it is like a like child snatching monster basically. Like it has like this like feel like you could probably show that to like a 10-year-old and they would enjoy it. And
he had one that
too scary for them. Like
he had one he produced. I forget what it's called, but it's the one where they move into a mansion and then there's these like evil little monsters that collect teeth. You know what I'm talking about?
The Devil's Backbone?
No. It wasn't. It was like produced by him. It wasn't directed by him. It had
let's see.
It had that fucking Katie Holmes in it. There's a little girl in it, and she keeps hearing stuff like in the house, and she finds out there's these little tiny monsters everywhere.
He's a producer on it.
I think it's called like Don't something.
Don't jizz.
Never.
Don't be afraid of the dark.
Jizz. Don't be afraid of the dark. Yep. But that's like very fairy tale like, and that's like pretty good.
I did see this one too. Those weird long arm guys. Yeah, that was a while ago. He's produced so many. It's crazy.
Yeah, they lived in the vents. That's right, Mitch. I think it was like a 70s like made-for-TV movie that they adapted.
Oh yeah, they're doing pre-production on Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark too, which that ended up being kind of a bummer. The first one. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I saw it. It was fine.
Yeah, I was like, man, this would have really rocked if it was just rated R and they made it like a horror movie. Every time it like starts to get weird, it feels like it pulls back.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man. Holy shit, we've been going 3.5 hours and it's 3 in the morning.
We're making up for the past couple weeks.
Yeah, a lot of lost time. Hot damn. I need to see more cool practical monster shit in the coming years. And I'd honestly settle for like a slasher resurgence at this point. Like, just give me some cool fucking practical murder effects. Like, have you guys seen Nightlife, the 1989 film?
I don't think I've even heard of it.
Yeah.
Figure drawing?
Yes, what is it? Who are you guys? Right? I'm just some drunk Irish asshole. Man.
You may be Irish, but you're not stupid.
I'm trying to think of like any other real like modern directors again that aren't like 80s dudes that I'm thinking like last like 10, 15 years that I'm like really like, oh hell yeah. Neil Marshall, I guess, is a more modern one I've always liked, but a lot of his stuff lately has been like whack.
You know what? Like,
didn't he do the new Hellboy?
Yeah, that was terrible. That was him.
Holy fuck, dude! That was like, I was shocked at how bad that was. And then that one, I think he did for like Shudder or something. That new like,
yeah, that Plague one.
Yeah,
the Plague movie.
That one.
I don't remember the name of the guy, but
weird as shit.
It's the guy that directed Blackcoat's Daughter, and was it I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House?
Oh, I know what you're talking about too.
That dude makes some really good movies, and he has a really different vision.
Simon Barrett, I need to see his new one.
Sam Raimi just said he wants to direct a Batman movie. He would have been a good pick. He'd been a great follow-up for Burton.
Oz Perkins is that guy.
Oz Perkins, yeah. He's cool. I like his movies.
He looks fucking crazy.
He was in an actor like in a Legally Blonde. Yeah.
The fuck?
And now he makes these really weird art house horror movies.
Right. That's fucking wacky, man. Director, he did Hansel and Gretel. I'm the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House. The Blackcoat's Daughter. Weird. I saw Blackcoat's Daughter. Osgood Perkins is what he goes by.
This is a perfect name for him.
Those movies. Yeah, he looks insane. God, I had another one in my head and I just completely lost it. Oh, yeah, Simon Barrett. I haven't seen his, I guess, directorial debut, but him and Wingard. Or Wingard, whatever the fuck his name is.
Oh, yeah. From The Guest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Simon Barrett. What is it called? Seance? I think that's the name of it, and I think it's on Shudder now, but I haven't watched it yet. Director. Yeah, Seance. Technically released last year now, and then he did a segment for VHS 2 and VHS 1994.
You know, it's been good going off Mitch's comment about Sam Raimi doing a Batman movie. For Batman Forever, get Sam Raimi. Batman and Robin, get like Barry Sonnenfeld. You know, the dude that did Men in Black and Addams Family. They'd keep that kind of Burton-y vibe, but still have like their own kind of, you know, thing going.
Who's Batman in the Sam Raimi Batman?
I mean, the obvious choice has to be now I'm blanking on that fucker's name.
Bruce Campbell.
Bruce Campbell. But I would say don't do that. I'd say make him somebody else.
If you could get Bruce Campbell back into shape to be old like Frank Miller Dark Knight Batman, I'd be all down for that. Because then there's a use for that chin again.
Can you imagine that chin in that mask, though?
Dude.
Just half his head is that.
You make it all beefy, though, so it looks like the Frank Miller one when he puts the hat on. He just looks fat as shit. I would love that. Nah, dude, fuck Affleck. He had his chance. He fucked it up being a stupid drunk bitch. Not having the fucking testicles to tell Zack Snyder he doesn't know how to fucking write Batman. It's like, actually, Zack, that's kind of gay.
That's lame, kid. It's wicked lame.
Batman would do that. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm glad we're all taking this seriously. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking like
Batman shows up, he can't be stealthy because you always hear.
I also think though, like you think like Raimi thinks like hated the whole Spider-Man crossover they just did and stuff. Like you think he's enjoying all that goofy bullshit that Marvel's making him do?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because he's doing the new Doctor Strange movie, which is supposed to be No Way Home on steroids.
That's what I mean, is like he's doing the new Doctor Strange show. Do you think he's like enjoying all of that, or do you think that's like a creative hell for him? Because
I don't know, because like you got to think he also like I would initially say, oh, Sam Raimi's an auteur. Like this is a dude who only makes his own kind of films. But at the same time, he went and did that fucking shitty Wizard of Oz movie for Disney. And that's just total, like, studio bullshit movie. Has none of his feel in it.
Even the Spider-Man movies he did are like, he can handle doing huge budget movies, but it just, like, it's, the Spider-Man movies he did back in the day, like you said, they feel like movies he did because he wanted to do them.
Oh, yeah, like...
Doctor Strange doesn't feel like that.
That Doc Ock scene in the surgery room is the most Sam Raimi you can get, you know? Like, that's so Sam Raimi. But I know that, like, on Spider-Man 3, the studio really meddled and had complete control over Venom and everything.
There's some studios messing with that figure drawing, but even that, like, a lot of them are really weirdly apprehensive about that. Like, horror now is suffering from like the Blumhouse curse of everybody wants to be like the next Purge or something, where it doesn't actually cost a lot to make the movie and it's going to be like printing money in the end. And somehow those movies still make a shitload of money, but I would even take that, just some decent CGI, but it's like there's not even really like a lot of cool creatures or anything anymore, and it's like the really popular shit right now is like A24 and stuff. So I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more of that, like, oh, we're thought-provoking horror, like, and less of like, oh, it's cool. I'm glad you guys have gore effects and stuff, but I'm like, I'm a horror hound. I want all different shit. I want creature features. I want fucking slasher flicks. I want all of it. And it's like, the shit we're getting, like, I'm sorry, X, unless there's some like crazy twist all of a sudden that's going to blow my mind. The idea of backwoods old people rehashing fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre with a porno crew doesn't do anything for me. Like, that X movie sounds like a reboot of Texas Chainsaw Massacre with old people instead of Leatherface. And from what I read of like the screener that's going on at, what is it, South by Southwest or whatever, it's seemingly what it is. Is just, and it's even set in Texas. It's like, and I like, what's interesting about old like dementia people murdering teenagers who are fucking? Like, I would rather just come up with a cool costume at that point, let it run wild. Like,
you know what? That reminds me of that M. Night Shyamalan movie. Remember where the kids go to visit their grandparents, and it turns out they're just
shitty
like
diaper crazy people.
The shitty diaper right there is the best like idea ever for that concept.
It feels like a reverse on that movie, and that's what I mean. Is all these A24 movies also just have a vibe of like, we saw another movie and thought we could do it better. Midsummer, we saw Wicker Man and thought we could do it better. Like, it's just, I would rather just go back to mindless like grindhouse drive-in theater schlocky shit than like what we're getting at this point. If it meant like more practical effects and more just trying cool new shit.
Well, and like you get all these streaming sites that just want they just want product, right? So they'll buy everything. So why not just finance, studio, just finance a bunch of mid-tier horror films and everything and just let them do what the fuck they want, because Netflix is going to buy them regardless.
$100,000, I'll make some fucking gnarly shit.
Yeah, and they're going to buy it regardless. They don't care what's in it. They just
Hereditary is
want
great. I'm not saying those movies are bad or anything. It's just like the fact that that's like one thing like Hereditary comes out and all of a sudden that's like the trend, and we're only really getting movies like that and people trying to ape that, like, oh, there's a big ghost movie this year. Like, same thing when Paranormal Activity fucking blew up. All of a sudden found footage movies had a huge resurgence again, and all of it was dog shit. I think the fucking Paranormal Activity movies suck, but people love them, and I'm like, I understand that. I don't personally like them. I don't understand what's fucking scary about like somebody pulling a blanket off of a bed and people getting like dragged down hallways by like string.
Yeah, those are the movies where I always fast forward like 20-minute increments to get to the scary part, and then another 20 minutes to get to the next scary part, because everything else in between is just two people doing nothing.
Yeah, we rented an Airbnb and we just started slapping shit all over the place. And yeah, exactly. The Purge movies are the same thing, where the first Purge movie, they thought of, it's basically a bottle episode. We're going to use this one house. We're going to come up with some really cheap ways to make it look like there's this really advanced security system on this house. And it's just these crazy maniacs breaking into this location we bought. And the way it works out is it almost feels like the location is like one of the producer's actual houses. Like, and I don't know how long that shoot was, but when you learn more and more about film productions and stuff like that, it's like, if you're smart about things, you could shoot a feature in like a week or two, like really economically, and crank shit out. It's just people don't do shit like that anymore because there's unions and all this shit. Nobody wants to go out and do a guerrilla shoot and make some real fucking art. It's like all these rules we have to follow. I'm pretty sure there's still like mask mandates and shit like that. So if you're working on a union thing, there's all these fucking extra hoops you have to jump through in film now. And it's like they make it harder and harder every day to be a part of that big machine and do those things, when in reality you could get like $50,000 together and make something really wild. Like,
I like that second Purge a lot. That's my favorite of the series.
Which one is that?
That's the one where they introduce Frank Grillo.
Okay, and then he comes back for the election one.
Yeah, the second one's just like this cool Running Man style, like Escape from New York kind of vibe going through it the whole time.
That's the thing too, is just like, okay, we have these locations that we can use and we can string them together. And if you look at those movies, it's all just kind of all over the place, random locations, which is why that's brilliant. It's just like everything can happen on the go. They do that up until the new ones, and they just always have like a couple central locations that ground it in a certain area or city or whatever. The new one was like overtly political again, but they're all kind of like that and like very on the nose. That's why I'm like, it's surprising that these ones are so popular, because they're also like not really that gory. Like, you see like people getting shot and stuff, but it's like Call of Duty's idea of violence. Like, it's like quick shots of people getting shot and like CGI blood splatter, and then they're gone. Like, it's not like you're seeing like really violent acts that are prolonged or anything like that, like the Hostel movies or anything.
Well, and it's not even like horror movies. Like, just go back to, Red Letter Media was talking about Total Recall a couple weeks ago, And there's that one scene on the escalator where the dude gets shot up and Arnold's using him as a human shield. And the fucking effects in that are still
Squibs
so
galore,
visceral.
man.
Like it's more horrifying than most horror movies nowadays. And that was like a general action movie.
That's the whole thing. It's like even kids, like what was it? Drop Dead Fred has a bunch of fucking awesome practical effects in it.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's a great movie.
Like there's so much cool shit you could be doing, and most of these movies that are coming out nowadays, nobody's gonna go back and watch this shit. Even stuff like, I'm sorry, but I think a lot of the A24 shit that everybody praises, even stuff like Hereditary and Midsummer, I feel like 10 years from now, nobody's going to be talking about a lot of that shit. It's like with the way technology is going and everything, it's like hard to get people to care about like classic, like iconic films now. Like it's gonna get harder and harder and more oversaturated as it goes. That's why I'm like, hopefully it's sort of the opposite, where because of that oversaturation and everything, it'll be like the cream rises to the top mentality, and these auteur guys will be easier for them to stand out in this crowd. Yeah, I think Midsummer is a good movie. I enjoyed Midsummer, but I genuinely don't think the majority of that A24 shit is going to be remembered 10 years from now.
I still haven't seen it.
Green Knight had so much hype behind it and then just died immediately.
Yeah, which is sad to me because I like that movie a lot.
Yeah, I saw a couple people like, wow, it was really good, and a couple people like, It's like, okay, like...
Well, like, when I watched it, I'm like, I'm not surprised at all that it failed. This is not the kind of movie you release in a theater. Nobody's going to see it. Yeah. This is the kind of movie it's meant for, like, Amazon and shit.
Really think A24 should just release, like, all their shit in drive-ins. Like, make it, like... That's what I was saying. Like, if we release something, I would go out of my way to get in with the Drive-In Association of America and just get the movie in at drive-ins. So it's like, you have to fucking track one down. There's, like, 3 or 4 states that don't have a theater in them, and almost every other state has at least one. So it's like, you'll have to travel a bit, but it makes going to see a movie an experience again.
Yeah, Institute. I think you and I are on the same wavelength with that. Like, I love The Witch. So if you like those films and you haven't seen any of the Osgood Perkins films, check them out.
Yeah,
I think they're all on stuff. I think they're all on Netflix, actually.
Yeah. Troll Hunter, that was pretty cool, and that was another minimalist budget. I'm pretty sure like it's like the director or one of his buddies was like really good with CGI stuff, but they made that on not a lot of money. I have 3 drive-ins less than an hour away. Yeah, we have one like a half hour from us, but
yeah, we usually have one in Virginia we go to all the time, but there's none around here.
Really? In Florida?
I mean, there's some in Florida, but just not around us. Dod Snow is great. I love Dod Snow and the sequel.
I'm trying to think of some other shit.
It's Osgood Perkins, right? That's what we said.
Yeah, or Oz Perkins now. But...
Yeah, check him out. He did Black Coat's Daughter, which is definitely like the witch kind of feel. The Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, and was it Gretel and Hansel? I think was his last
The Ritual one. Was great. I can't remember who actually directed that either.
Dod Snow is one of those movies that my wife and I, first saw together and fell in love. That's when I knew she was cool, because I was like, oh, I heard this new movie called Dod Snow is out. You want to see it?
David Bruckner, like, that's right. This guy also did Southbound, which I remembered thinking was
I love Southbound. You didn't like that?
Wasn't that like an anthology or something?
Yeah, but I thought it was cool. It was one of the few anthologies I actually liked. Usually they suck.
Maybe I'm mixing it up with something else? I don't know.
That one's like a cool, like, Western style. Not Western, sense of like cowboys and stuff, but just like a
neo-Western
Tex-Mex kind of feel to it.
I don't know if I'm just mixing it up with something else, but yeah, he did Southbound, and I think I said he's in post-production on a new Hellraiser.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to be the pretentious one, Institute. Yeah, I always call it Dod Snow.
Yeah, he's the one directing that new Hellraiser with the lady Pinhead. No?
I don't know.
You don't remember that? Everybody was freaking out about how they cast a woman as Pinhead. It's like a trans woman, I think.
Is it really?
Yeah. Jamie Clayton. I think she's trans.
Jamie Clayton? Never heard of her.
Like I remember them making a big deal. I think because she's like a trans actress.
Wait, I'm confused. What is Mitch saying? What book did he like?
Because I think she's also I think she was in that Sense8 show too.
Oh, I tried watching that and I could not get through it at all.
Yeah, she's the blonde in that, and I think she's like actually trans, and that's why they like made a big deal out of it. Because in the like, was it Hellbound Heart? Pinhead is actually like described as like androgynous at points and doesn't have like an assigned sex of man or woman. I think there is even like an excerpt about it like having like a penis vagina thing or something if I remember correctly, but
I'm listening.
cool in between parts. Jeff,
I
the
didn't
guy
even know
that
those were a
wrote
series of books.
Ritual, his books. Yeah, I need to get that still. I was looking for shit like that at that used bookstore today, and I actually found one of the things I grabbed was like only like $2. It was a Parker novel.
Nice.
And then I found the novel that Deliverance is based on.
Called Butt Fudge.
Yeah. Butt Fuck Mountain. Squeal Boy.
Speaking of novels, Cormac McCarthy has 2 novels coming out this year. I'm so excited.
Oh, shit. I misplaced my Blood Meridian, so I can't find it lately and haven't been able to read that fucking book still, and it haunts me.
He means his taint. His
Yeah.
Blood Meridian.
And speaking of other movies and shit, especially how we were talking about movies that were critical of media and shit, like Running Man, Beth got me the bound screenplay for Natural Born Killers. Because Tarantino like releases all his screenplays in printed form now too. You can like buy them on Amazon. And I had always known that Natural Born Killers he wrote, but Oliver Stone like completely bastardized the whole script throughout production. And it like he changed so much and it lost so much of like the heart and soul of like what the fuck the story was about that
Because Tarantino hates it, right?
yeah, he requested that his name be taken off of it. He hated it so much because they like picked it apart and made like a bunch of the characters cartoonish, and it sort of doesn't really, it almost glorifies everything that he was trying to like dissect and like tear down.
Mm-hmm.
And just makes like everything seem like insane and fucking fucked up by the end, so all this other shit distracts from the point he was trying to make, and that's what pissed him off. Was like it comes across like a big fucking like murder cartoon by the end, and he was like evidently in the original script had a very like concise valid point he was trying to make about the media and how it is like corrupts things for its own like gain basically.
Mm-hmm.
And that's still in the movie, but it's like very cartoonish and over the top with Wayne Gale, Robert Downey Jr.'s character like going absolutely nuts, and Tommy Lee is like the nutcase warden. Like everybody just seems like they're on blow for like the third act of the movie. I'm like I like Tarantino's stuff, but I also understand again like people not being into it. Like it's literally like a guy who's making movies for like movie autists like me who just like movies too much. Like that's his whole thing. Like
you know what my thing is with him? Like I like him too, but he's one of those guys. He wants to be that original, like, grindhouse kind of director, but everything he does has to be like remixed from other films, right?
Yeah, he's
Like he's
sampling constantly
exactly. Whereas
and
like,
riffing on guys that he loves, which is cool, but that's why I feel like
mm-hmm,
he's one of like love him, hate him, he's one of the few like consistent directors where he genuinely puts out movies where you kind of feel like you're a part of the conversation with the director even though you're not directly communicating with him. Like it feels like he's directly communicating with you, and if you're really into film, you pick up what he's putting down, and that's like the excitement of it is like where do we go from here next? And it's like Django Unchained was just like a big like masturbatory like love of westerns,
mm-hmm.
and then all the shit he couldn't fit into Django, he went and fucking did with Hateful Eight. Like he's like, I wanted to do something more isolated, something that felt like a stage play. That's what we've been talking about all night. He's a guy that's making the shit he wants to make that he's not seeing out in the world anymore, and it might be a rehash of really old shit, but he's having fun with it, and he's doing something that is uniquely him. And like I could go out and try and do a movie like Tarantino, but it's never going to be a Tarantino movie. Hateful Eight's fucking fantastic, and
Really, I
that's
didn't
like,
like it.
oh dude, that movie is great, and that's a movie you could take that script and hand it to like a fucking any acting troupe, and you'd get a great fucking show out of it.
My whole thing was like, I hate that movie. I was bored to tears with it, and especially like all the buildup of like, oh, he's using these special cameras from the 1950s and this amazing IMAX
Oh
film
yeah,
grain.
all
It's like,
Panavisions
and
and
then it's
stuff.
just dudes hanging out in a in a cabin where there's no point in
Well, yeah,
using these
that
kind of
was the 70
cameras.
millimeter was for all the like wide stagecoach shots and stuff like that.
I know, but it's just like all that buildup, and it's like, oh no,
Well,
it's just a
the
dude.
whole
Yeah.
problem is you don't see any of that in the like unless you went and saw the stage show.
Mm-hmm.
The 70 millimeter print, you had to go to those special showings. Like you're missing so much of the outside of that wide image. So like the movie we saw like a close-up version of what was actually shot, which were these fucking giant 70 millimeter those are like big fucking frames of a film. Like it's intense shit. And like
I feel like though with all his films
that was the
since
saddest thing for me, was that I wasn't able to catch one of the closest one was in like Boston,
I feel like
and
with
it was
him though,
sold
like
out.
for me watching his movies ever since Kill Bill, like after Kill Bill, I only like most of his film, each film, but not the entire film. Like Inglorious Bastards has a lot of great stuff in it that I like mostly, and then there's like huge segments of it with like Shoshana where I'm kind of bored to tears.
Yeah.
And
His
then the same
biggest
thing with
his
like Once
biggest
Upon a Time
mistake
in Go ahead.
his biggest mistake is, sorry, Mitch just said something about Django being okay but liking the original. His biggest mistake has been like the leaning into that remake shit, cuz that's not a remake like at all.
Hmm.
It's they took the name basically and like a couple of plot points, but they are two like wildly different movies. Same thing with Inglorious Bastards. Like it's like a remake on paper. And they're like wildly divergent movies. That's why I always hated that like everybody's like he just remakes like older better movies. I'm like, no, a lot of the stuff that he's riffing on were like considered like insanely dog shit movies. But yeah, it's like Django's like a remake in like name only. I was like talking, I think it was with Donald on Twitter the other day about that. Someone on Twitter, but it was like, yeah, like they're not remakes. Like it's like, because I saw like when that came out, people were complaining about them making fucking, what is it, Franco Nero or whatever,
Hmm.
a black guy, and it was like, you guys know this isn't like an actual like direct fucking remake of that movie.
Yeah.
uh
It's like thinking the bride is actually Bruce Lee because she's wearing the Game of Death outfit.
yeah, it's like fuck dudes. Like again, he steals and riffs on other things constantly. That's why he literally had the whole fucking art of aping discourse come out like 10 years back. But I get why people don't like his stuff. Again, it's like, I understand a lot of people probably don't want to watch a movie where they have to feel like they need to see like 100 other movies to understand like what the fuck the director was even trying to convey. And then it's also, while you're dealing with parsing through all of that, there's a lot of him just doing like shit because it's cool to him. Like, so it's like for every like 3 things that were like a really concerted effort that are some sort of weird, obscure reference to some old movie he loves, there's also something thrown in that's just like, I thought it was cool. That's it. Like, it's like, again, it's I would take 100 Tarantinos just doing weird shit that's like got a unique and distinct voice over the majority of what we're getting. Like,
and I also like that in real life he doesn't like mince words about whatever films come out. Like he says, like, "Oh, this movie's shit. This movie's great. Oh, I hate this fucking stupid stuff.
Yeah,
This
he
actor is
doesn't
an
pull
idiot."
punches. He like genuinely just loves what he loves. He'll be like, I think this actor's great, but it was a fucking shitty performance.
Like you listen on Joe Rogan, he's like, and look, okay, like Bruce Lee, okay, like he just talks shit about
That
Bruce
was like
Lee.
one of the best Rogans ever, and it was like,
Oh, it was so great.
That puts in perspective the guy you're dealing with and the types of films you're dealing. And that's what I mean, where it's a director where you feel like you're in on that conversation with him, where you feel like his manic energy throughout it. And it's weird, but they're like, again, like if it like somebody could make a Tarantino film, but it's not gonna be like a Tarantino film. It's not gonna have all the feet that a Tarantino film has.
Did you see the thing about Uma Thurman and what her falling out with Tarantino was really about?
No.
So after Kill Bill, like how in the end Kill Bill Part 2, she rides off through the woods in that car.
There.
She crashed that car.
Yeah.
And the reason's because she doesn't know how to, well, at the time, she didn't know how to drive a car. And all she had to do was drive straight.
Stupid.
And Tarantino was like, yeah, just drive and then hit brake and it'll be okay and it'll be over. And she freaked out and crashed the car.
Yeah, she slammed on the gas and then
and so brake. She got hurt, but she blamed him for like this. It's like, but he asked you to do a very small thing. It wasn't a stunt. It's driving in a straight line. A child can do that. And she hated him for years because of it.
Yeah, driving in a straight line on a dirt road, and she just had to look straight ahead at the road.
It's like he wasn't endangering you. He was asking you to do a very simple thing that you somehow turned into like a complete accident.
Bitch moment. Like, it's just insane. But yeah, like I would like tomorrow, like every fucking studio stop giving little 100K movie budgets and shit like that to all these little indie filmmakers. Fuck everybody. You gotta have a cool fucking idea if you're getting any money now. Save it all up, give it to the weird fuckers like Brandon Cronenberg and stuff, and just let those guys run wild and stop fucking like kneecapping these guys that are actually trying to do fucking cool stuff. Even Ty West, I'm like, what did A24 give him to make this porno Texas Chainsaw Massacre knockoff? Like, they don't seem to ever really release their budgets, and it's like, I'd be curious to see what the fuck they're spending on movies.
No idea.
Yeah. Midsummer says it was made for $9 million. Hereditary for $10 million. I don't know.
When's the Kevin Smith A24 movie coming out?
Oh God.
Fucking weed, man.
I don't know anymore, man. I don't know.
Snooch to the nooch.
But I think it's all like it's gonna be like so much fucking art house horror shit like this now, because everybody just wants to be the next fucking A24, and then whatever isn't trying to do the A24 thing is just trying to get in like Blumhouse's good graces with this like, how to make low budget horror that has nothing to it.
Blomkamp just had a movie out a few months ago, Demonic.
butthole.
Yeah. I I wonder what happened with Oates because
What about Digital Satan?
he
They
was
made
supposed to
all
be
those
developing all
shorts.
those into movies, and nothing
Yeah,
happened with
they
it.
they made all of those shorts as a way to bring in like investment money. It just seems like that guy's like a dog shit businessman. Like that seems to be
Hmm.
the only thing. Like every time he builds up some goodwill, it seems to just like piss out immediately. And
It's
it
how I
sucks because
got
he
on the
makes
scene
like
too, because
yeah,
I did that drawing for Firebase because I love Firebase so much, and that got me a ton of followers, and that's how you found me because you saw my Firebase poster and hit me up.
I had just seen a bunch of your shit, and I think it was like through your Instagram where I was initially looking at it. But that was one of the pieces that like stood out the most to me. Uh, fucking yeah, Oates. I think that like he kind of played it like they already seemingly had investment money to develop them into bigger things. But I think in reality, the money they had from investors, they spent on making those shorts and like getting real actors and stuff in them. And then it didn't bring in any like new money. And I think he was expecting like
Hmm.
it to actually bring in more, but they didn't like really market it in a way. I found out like a year after the fact, you could like buy the collection on DVD from their website.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
now it's on all on Netflix or something.
yeah. Oh, take it easy, figure drawing. Yeah, I
Yeah,
need
we're
to.
probably
I
gonna
need.
wrap up too.
Yeah, I gotta head out too. Yeah, it's just, it's a big bummer, and that's probably a big part of it too. Why we don't see a lot of this shit anymore is
Hmm.
it's like you also need to be a businessman and a marketer and all this other shit now to get stuff out. So it's like you wear a lot of hats and fucking need to have a lot of drive to keep that fucking engine going for a long time. And
Yeah, man, that fucking Aliens movie I wanted to see. Instead, we got fucking Ridley Scott's shittier sequel to
yeah,
a
Ridley
prequel.
Scott's fucking like weird like slipping into dementia movie where he seemingly forgot his own fucking lore and shit.
Yeah, it was just like he took everything that people hated about Prometheus and just upped that and cut out all the shit that people liked about Prometheus.
And I
Uh,
remember Covenant had like there was a slew of test screenings, and there's a whole cut of that movie that none of us have ever seen other than the people that saw the test screening, that has the like, was it the Neomorph and the Deacon, and like there's like two or three different aliens in it that are, they all fight.
hmm.
Yeah, like there's an all-out battle that was done for one of the cuts of the movie that I remember hearing people like saw the fucking test screening of it. And I think it was it the Deacon in that one?
I don't know.
That one's the one that gets like all grown up, and then the Neomorph's the like weird like white milky one, right? But they just
Mm.
ended up doing like they just ended up doing the giant alien on the end that like attacks the ship.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a cut of that movie where that giant alien fights like I think the Deacon and another one that you still see in Covenant, but it like isn't as prevalent. It's the weird white one that's in Covenant.
Why you gotta say it like that? What's wrong with
Well,
you,
it looks more
racist?
like a dolphin. It doesn't have as like menacing a features as the xenomorph. Uh But yeah, like there's a whole cut of that movie that I guess was like way more like the third act of it is like way crazier and it's a much bigger action sequence. And from what I heard, that version of the movie made way more sense than the one that we got in theaters.
No, I'm
Uh,
with Mitch. Like, I love the whole lore of Prometheus, and it's just like one of those movies that like it's really entertaining because it's edited so well. But the second you stop and think about what's happening with the story, it's the dumbest shit. It's the stupidest story. It doesn't
oh
make any
yeah, it's
sense.
one of those things where it feels like it should have just been completely separate from the Alien universe too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it did not need to be anything to do with Alien. Like it could have been like Blade Runner and everything else where it just has like little allusions to being in the same universe, but
I think
like
really Scott is a lot like a Zack Snyder, where he's a great idea guy, but then he tries to write too much of his stories instead of just letting somebody else kind of handle it.
Dude, you can build such a beautiful world, and to not understand that, like, literally, that's why people are showing up to your films.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they love the world that you build and the world that you pull them into, and just get a competent writer to make the fucking characters carry the story along. That's all you need.
Because even like Damon Lindelof, he wrote Prometheus and he gets all the shit for it. But he's even said like Ridley Scott changed a lot of stuff. Like there's a moment in it where David says something like, oh, it's 26 hours and 10 minutes, something like that. And people are like, well, then wouldn't it be like 2 days, 26 minutes, whatever? And that was all because Ridley Scott didn't understand, like, 26 hours would be a whole new day. So you can't add up that way. It doesn't make sense. Why would a robot get that answer wrong? So Damon Lindelof got all this shit for it, but that was just something that literally Ridley Scott came up with at the moment on the scene. Said, "Oh, say this. It sounds smart."
Yeah, I'm a goofy idiot.
Yeah, but it's like any person listening to it's going to go, wait, 5 days, 26 hours. That would be 6 days, 2 hours.
Now they have to. Now we just have to suffer through a Napoleon movie. I mean, that's his new rip.
Oh yeah, isn't Joaquin Phoenix in that?
Yeah, they just started leaking pictures from it. Not did remember the astronaut from Alien, but they didn't have to explain it. But I liked it. Seeding Earth and humanity, and the Xenos being a bioweapon. What? You just said a bunch of shit all at once.
I love the opening of Prometheus with that, where it's like this. They're aliens, but it feels like a ritual, and it's like
we're gonna jizz in this
fantasy.
lake. Yeah, they cut a bunch of that out too. There's like a whole video on the special features that I watched where you got to actually see like the engineer planet and all this shit. And there's like so much of that they cut out that I guess would have made more sense. Like,
great score on that one too. I love it.
Oh yeah, it's still like it was a fun watch in theaters. I still enjoyed it, but I like walked out and was like, wait, what? That was kind of retarded.
Yeah. That's why most of his movies are.
Yeah. And I remember like all my buddies, because I'm pretty sure that came out when I still worked at the theater, and I brought like all my buddies because I could get my friends in for free movies all the time. And we walked out, and two of my buddies were like, that was the fucking best sci-fi film I've ever seen. And we were like, really? Like, what?
That's what Kingdom of Heaven is too. Like, it's like this amazing looking medieval movie. Everything's so accurate looking, and it feels so cool and so different. And then you think you've watched this amazing epic film, but then you actually think about the story. It's like, well, that's stupid. Why would a blacksmith become the protector of Jerusalem? And
yeah,
man,
none of it makes any sense. So fucking cool in this movie.
That's it.
What was this movie about? Why are all these Jewish guys so angry? Yeah, we're going to end it there for the night. Thanks for hanging out with us, dudes, for almost 4.5 hours. Holy shit. I desperately need to piss. I had a lot of whiskey tonight after not drinking for a while.
I hope this made up for the wait.
Yes, the sadness of the pod not being around for like almost 2 weeks. Shit has just been insane, but thank you dudes for hanging out and bullshitting with us, complaining about how fucked up the state of entertainment is in just the broad scope of things. We're hoping to turn that around real soon with some gayness of our own.
Yeah, we love you dudes, and we're going to give you some cool shit to experience.
Yes. It will be worth the girth.
Ooh.
Dill.